his breath. Opponents step in, they about to meet death. Legends of the game, history we claim. From Dark's fadeaways to Luka's fame. Teams on the grind making heads spin. Dallas crew strong, we gunning for the win. Defense locked tight, no open lanes. Swatting shots down, relentless campaigns. Fast break, hustle, never miss a stride. From practice to game, shit Texas pride. Mavericks, we rise, no fear in our eyes. Step onto the court, we cutting ties. Mavericks Digest, bring the heat on the beat. Dallas pride flows from head to feet.
What's good, everybody? What's good, Digest family? We're back. It's been a long time. I know y'all been watching my videos. I've been very active this summer, but it's all led up to today as we are going to witness something, I don't know, crazy trades, obviously, Cooper Flagg, all that good stuff. But for those that don't know, I'm accompanied by one of my very, very reliable sources when it comes to Mavericks news. Shout out to the homie Jay. Everybody give it up to Jay. This man is the most plugged in person I know. He's got me in touch with Mavericks legends. I've been sitting courtside. I've gotten the scoop on things. He's also just super knowledgeable. I'm so glad that he agreed to come on stream for the entirety of the draft. You don't have to come back tomorrow, Jay, if you don't want to. It's just a second round, but I will be going live for the second round. But I'm really excited that Jay's here. A good friend of mine. I consider him a good friend. He's going to help me with the draft tonight. Not only talk about these players, but give you guys better insight, better knowledge, so you not just Cooper Flagg. I mean, we all know we're getting Cooper Flagg. That's like a no-brainer. Like, we know who we're getting. However, if there's any trades, any movement, if another team drafts a different player, Jay and I will be able to break it down on what that means for that team. How does that affect us as the Dallas Mavericks? Should we be worried? But also just to give y'all just that proper basketball knowledge. Of course, we're Mavericks fans. This is Mavericks Digest. However, we should be aware of what all these players, who they are, where they're going, and again, what does that mean for the team? But Jay, long-winded intro. Thank you for coming on to the stream. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm excited. Trying to see what's going on tonight. I want to wait until we get our other picks, because I'm sure we're going to get something going tonight. I need to see a trade from Nico tonight.
Oh, it's going to happen. And Nico, aside from last year, because all we had was a second-round pick, Nico Harrison has always been active on a draft night. And from everything I heard, somebody getting traded. We getting another first-round pick. And I put it in the I put a poll for everybody if y'all want to check that out. Who's getting traded? Caleb, Jaden, or Omax? And I truly do believe it's going to be one of those three or a combination of. But what do you think?
I mean, of course, I'd love it to be Caleb just because of the contract. Of course, if we can get that contract moved for a pick, that'd be amazing. Get us a late first, early second. I know Rob is already screaming at the chat right now, but if not, it's going to probably be Hardy. I think has the most value of all of them. Mm-hmm. I think Hardy could probably get us a late first round pick, maybe one of that 26, 27 from Brooklyn. If not, like I said, maybe a combo of the two. And see if we could do a 2-for-1 would also be pretty good if we can do a 2-for-1 for Hardy and Omax, just to get the two off and then maybe bring back Kai, which is another fan favorite, bring Kai Jones back.
Yeah, and I've had these conversations, and I don't want to have these conversations, but hey, Jay, let's have these conversations about PJ and Gafford. All right, we heard the noise, we heard the conversations. Chat, Jay, if you know me as well as you say you do, you know I don't want Gafford gone. I'm a big fan of the landlord. I can't do it. Shout out to Dwight Powell. Great guy. An amazing person. Was once a good basketball player. Still a good basketball player. Let me not be disrespectful, but he is a solid human being for sure. However, I like having Gafford as my center. I love relying on Gafford. I'd much rather, and although we will be closing out games with Anthony Davis, I'd much rather close out games with Gafford than Dwight Powell. So if you do have to move Daniel Gafford, you better have another big. And that's where Kai Jones comes into play. I've been hearing that there is mutual interest to bring back Kai Jones. He was with us for a short period of time, but he made a very big impact when we needed him. I truly do believe if the Dallas Mavericks are presented with a package for like the 15th to the 18th pick, and it involves Daniel Gafford, I can see the Mavericks contemplating, and if we do that trade, if we do end up moving Gafford tonight, if he is unfortunately moved, I doubt he will, but let's say Gafford's moved, we do sign Kai Jones. You only sign Kai Jones if Gafford is leaving, and I don't think we're going to trade Lively. I really don't. However, Gafford did just get an extension. People quickly pointed out he's got, it's under a certain amount, so we'd have to wait 6 months to trade him. Okay, cool. What if we don't trade him? We can still keep him. That leaves the door open if need be, but that doesn't mean that's the first thing that we're going to want to do. You know what I mean?
Well, and when I saw that, I saw everybody's reaction that, oh, he's definitely getting moved. And I'm like, if I'm Daniel Gafford, why would I opt in at a lower rate, or why would I sign for a lower rate than I could get on the open market if I'm going to be moved immediately? I don't need to do the Mavericks a favor to trade me off of the Mavericks.
No.
That makes zero sense. And that's everybody's like, oh, it's, all the conspiracy tinfoil hats came out. I'm like, that makes zero sense. Why would I, if I can go get Hartenstein money, because I do believe that Gafford's at least as good as Hartenstein, if not better.
I agree.
And if I can go get $30 million a year, why would I take $19 million a year to be traded away and then be stuck on a contract for 3 more years at a lower rate?
Yep.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no. And according to the chat, Gafford ain't going nowhere. You damn right he ain't going nowhere. That's my guy. Again, I've always been a fan of Gafford. Even before the Mavericks traded for him, I wanted him to be on the Toronto Raptors because they had a big man issue a few years ago. I'm like, man, Gafford would be great for them. And I'm glad the Mavericks ended up getting him, and as well as PJ. And that's another player that we'll talk about because his name's been kind of floated around. Me and you have talked about PJ as, in a way, the odd man out. We know Cooper Flagg is a small forward. Anthony Davis, a power forward. Gafford, Lively, center. Where does that leave PJ? Well, PJ is also up for an extension. Shout out to Kyrie. That deal that he did was huge. I feel like we got more out of that than he did, it feels like. Like, that statue behind you right now, Jay, yeah, put Kyrie's right next to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that helps us out so much because he could have just opted into his player option, he could have maximized all his dollars. But he allowed us to work on our future with Kyrie and with the rest of our players. And so with PJ, he needs an extension. Can't sign one until August. Me and you have kind of talked about it. With Kyrie's new deal, we are about, $15 million below the second apron? We signed Cooper Flagg. We're only about $1.5 million from the second apron, but we also have the $5 million MLE to go get a point guard. So we still will be able to extend PJ. It may not be as soon as we think, though.
The other thing too that you got to keep in mind, and that's what I was telling somebody, with the moves and with that freeing up the taxpayer MLE.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to go sign a point guard who shall not be named right now until we sign him, but if we were to go sign another point guard, we can't offer the full taxpayer MLE because that puts us right back over the second apron. I think we have to cut about 100,000 off of that to keep us under that from getting hit with the hammer.
Yeah, and it also kind of raised a question like, what does PJ's extension look like? Would he get something similar to Gafford? Like, do we pay him exactly what we paid Gafford? Because they both kind of came here on the same scale, right? It was very similar.
Yeah, they're within, I think, $300,000 or $400,000 of each other as far as their salary. That's why their extensions were within like $500,000, I think, total for the 4-year max. It was not that much difference.
No.
And I can tell you, we've said the same thing, and I'm sure people will hate it. That I'm looking at the chat. And I was gonna say the problem I have is that because PJ plays basically the same position as Cooper and AD, then you're greatly limiting his minutes. And so everybody's like, well, let's have him be the backup 3. Well, that's what Najee is.
Yeah.
And Najee is a better ball handler and facilitator. So really, Najee becomes great value Cooper on the team because he can step in and do everything basically that Cooper can do. And so my thing then is, does PJ have a spot? And like I said, I'd love to keep PJ for sentimental reasons, but if we can turn PJ into something or flexibility, or if that allows us to keep something, then that's going to be what's best for the team.
Yeah.
And it's going to be what's best for PJ. Everybody's mad when I bring it up, but you don't want to put PJ in a role to come off the bench where he's going to cost him millions of dollars, which could be his last big contract, and say, "Oh, I love PJ because he's from Dallas, he stands on business, but let's go ahead and gut his money because I really like him, so I want him to take a $7 million pay cut to stay here," and that doesn't make sense.
No, it's I mean, it's definitely an interesting situation with PJ, and it will be up to him on what he wants to do. And honestly, I won't fault him. If he wants to take whatever money we can give him and take whatever role we can offer him to stay to help us win, I'm all for it. And maybe Kyrie's approach to his contract will make PJ think differently, because we know why Kyrie took this contract. He wanted to help the team win because he wants to win. And if PJ wants to win just as bad, maybe he'll also do a similar deal. However, he's still young. He's got a family. People depend on him, so I understand. Now, I don't want people to sit here and think, oh, what, a few $1 million is going to hurt him? I'm not that man. I don't know what his bills look like. And when you're at that certain level, you have to pay a little bit more for things. So I totally get it. And the beauty is we've already seen 2 contracts or 2 new deals that are both team friendly. Gafford, super team friendly. Kyrie, amazing. It was like Christmas in June. The man just blessed the whole entire organization, right? So
go back to AD. When AD did the trade, remember he declined that
his trade kicker. Yeah, I think his was like maybe $6 million or something like that, $4 million.
Yeah,
so
it was 5.9.
Yeah, so like that's great, and so I'm not upset with what PJ wants to do. It's up to him, but I feel like the entire team is on the same page. I don't think we have a player who isn't like aligned with Kyrie, with AD, with everybody else that with like Gafford, who wants to be here and win. I think PJ is aligned exactly with the organization and with everybody else on the team. But I could be wrong though. But
we'll find out.
We'll find out. Now, another thing that we're going to talk about, because we got about 18 minutes until the draft starts. We're just talking about the Mavericks. We're going to talk about the draft and all that good stuff. However, Jay, I've been hearing some things. Now, I am not at liberty to speak too much on what I know. Otherwise, I'll stop being told things. However, the Dallas Mavericks are keying in on certain point guards. And it has been reported, so I can say this, that one of the point guards that we are looking at heavily in free agency already, D'Angelo Russell. Now, I know, I've seen it online already. It was all on Twitter. Mavs fans were divided on it. I've already picked my side. But I want your opinion on D'Angelo Russell before I tell you my thoughts on D'Angelo Russell.
I mean, like I said, he wouldn't be my first choice. I mean, honestly, once again, we have to look at what this is. This is a stopgap point guard. We don't feel comfortable enough saying that Brandon Williams just take the helms and run with it and take it for the first however many games Kyrie misses. I don't feel comfortable with Spencer Dinwiddie dribbling air out of the ball again. He did a pretty good job, but also I think he cost us as many games as he won us last year. And Exum, I don't know if we can trust Exum to stay healthy again.
Nope.
Once again, so then do you run in with and everybody's like, oh, let's go get a 41-year-old CP3, and I'm like, and he did a great job. He played 82 games, but at some point that Father Time's coming knocking. I mean, yeah. I'm not the only one who would have a gray beard over there. So what we have to do is look at it from a realistic standpoint and think, D'Lo can shoot.
Yes.
He can facilitate to some extent. He's not the best. He's not the most efficient, but he's serviceable. And we're not paying him $28 million. If we're paying him $5 million, then he only really has to play part-time for a few games. And like I said, if he struggles with something, we can always, we have options. Like I said, if we need be, we can always bring Gortman back on a two-way.
Yeah, or
let him play some time.
We could just have Najee be our starter, or put B. Will. And not to cut you off, but I'm gonna cut you off. But the thing is, the point guard situation is just a Band-Aid until Kyrie comes back, right? So hear me out. Whoever we get, let's say it's D'Angelo Russell, just for sake of conversation. Let's just say it's D'Angelo Russell. We get D'Angelo Russell. Okay, cool. You're a starting point guard, If you aren't really playing that well, we'll just have someone, Najee, Marshall, or Brandon Williams, take that spot. You'll come off the bench, whatever. Let's say he plays a whole season. Cool, you're on a 1-year deal. You're an unrestricted free agent. Hey, you played good. We can offer you this much to come back. If not, okay, cool. Or, hey, we don't want you back. Kyrie is healthy. We can just roll with him and Brandon Williams, and we're good. It is a $5 million Band-Aid, as opposed to the people who wanted Drew Holiday, a $30 million Band-Aid. I'm not paying $30 mil for a Band-Aid. The Kyrie replacement, which is a weird title because you're not really replacing Kyrie because we're not looking for someone to place that production. We just need more help at the point guard position. I need a lot of people to understand the point guard we get does not need to be a top point guard. They just have to be good enough. Would you say D'Angelo Russell right now is better than Brandon Williams?
I think so, yeah.
So what's the problem with getting him? I like Brandon Williams. I'm also fine with Brandon Williams being our starting point guard if need be. I'm totally fine with that because we are so much stronger in other positions. We have Klay Thompson and Max Christie as our 2 guards. We have Najee Marshall, Cooper Flagg, and PJ sometimes at the 3. We got Anthony Davis and PJ at the 4. We got Derrick Lively, Daniel Gafford, and Dwight Powell at the 5. Like, we have good depth everywhere else. The point guard position, if you can just get me a point guard that is the same skill level as Brandon Williams at minimum, we're good. So even if D'Angelo Russell is 1.5% better than Brandon Williams, that's still good because you're getting him for cheap. $5 million that doesn't affect the aprons. It doesn't affect our cap.
Well, and the other thing too, because people are concerned about his defense, and I've heard all that as well, but I'm like, once again, behind him, you got Cooper Flagg, you've got AD, and you've got Gafford/Lively.
Yeah.
Which those guys can clean up a lot of mistakes. Now, you don't want to throw them out there with, it'd be different if it was just, if they were out there with like Dwight Powell. If that was the only guy backing you up, then it's going to be a layup line.
Yeah.
But you don't have that issue. You've got help because I'm saying if it was Dwight Powell, man in the 5 right now, he'd be face down on the ground with an elbow to the skull and bam, that's it. We're slapping one-handed rebound slaps to half court. That's Dwight Powell.
Yep.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend your goat.
Hey, it's cool. It's cool. I'll let it slide this time. All right. But I just want to acknowledge the chat real quick. First of all, we have 199 guys, but I'm going to say 200. We got 200 people, but we only got 39 likes. Make sure y'all smash that like button. I'm calling for a like spike. We're going live for the full draft. Day 1 and day 2. Obviously, we only have one pick. It's the number 1 pick, but we're going to stay live in case other moves happen. We'll talk about every player in between, give you guys a little bit of knowledge on these guys, their comparisons, and what to expect. I also want to address some people in the chat. They're asking about D'Angelo Russell's defense. It's better than Spencer Dinwiddie, and that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. It doesn't have to be the best. If you're one step ahead of Spencer Dinwiddie, cool. What am I losing here? What am I losing here? All right. And then someone else said, shout out to Lockbox Entertainment. He does great work on Mavericks content as well. Make sure y'all follow him. He said, B. Will plays a different style of basketball, which is better than D'Lo's game. And he folds under pressure in those little hissy fits. Yes, I truly do believe that D'Angelo Russell really checked out mentally last year in LA. I will give him a pass because, first of all, it's in LA and you're playing with LeBron James. Name me a player that's not a top player who found a whole lot of success in LA other than Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves might be the only successful young player to play with LeBron James.
Yeah.
They had Russell Westbrook, and it looked like he was broken. Like he forgot how to play basketball. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not trying to put all the blame on LeBron, but I do understand that certain players play better with a different fit. I remember D'Angelo Russell in Brooklyn the first time, hooping. Mm-hmm. I remember D'Angelo Russell for the Golden State Warriors. Looked pretty good. Let's not forget, and I know TGK is in the chat too. Shout out to TGK TV. That's my brother. For anybody that sees us go back and forth on Twitter, I'm going to tell you right now, we are just bored, and we like to start drama, but we are good. We are good. That's my brother. He said... what did he say? 'Cause I like what he said. He said, Man, there's so much chat. Anyway, pretty much he said that this year should be about team chemistry and that D'Angelo Russell would lessen that chemistry. D'Angelo Russell, in my opinion, probably has a good working relationship with Anthony Davis since they just play together. He was also seen in the open gym recently with Klay Thompson. These players have relationships with other players outside of their teammates. And again, if we don't get D'Angelo Russell because he is a locker room issue or there would be an issue with chemistry, then I'm all for it. Cool, yeah, don't bring him on here. But I'm seeing a lot of people say we should get Dennis Schroeder and think he'd be great in the locker room. I've always said that Dennis Schroeder is probably the best backup point guard that will refuse to be a backup point guard. He does not want to be a backup to nothing. He wants to be a starting point guard. He will always be... He gets in his own way a lot. And Mavericks fans, we saw that when we had him the first time. Come on, we've been down this road, and I have seen Dennis Schroeder when he was in Toronto. Yeah, he wanted to be the guy. I've seen him. He was in Detroit too, right? He was on a few other teams.
OKC.
In OKC. I'm just saying, Schroeder really wants to bet on himself. He'll be 40 years old trying to bet on himself. He wants a fat contract and a starting role and be the guy. Cool. I'm not going to deny his talent. Not going to deny his talent at all. He's a good guard. But remember, whoever we bring in is going to go to the backup role when Kyrie comes back. A lineup of D'Angelo Russell, Max Christie, Najee Marshall, PJ, Gafford, and or Lively, because you can interchange who starts and who doesn't. That's your second unit up against other second units? I'm cool with that. I'm totally fine with that. Take out D'Angelo Russell and put any other point guard that you really want. That's still a good lineup.
All right, I have a question for you.
All right.
So let's say that Nico does what we expect him to do and trades back into the first round and late into the first round. If he gets you a Walter Clayton Jr. or a Nolan Trey or another young rookie point guard, then even if we do sign D'Lo, if he falls back to 10, 15 minutes a game as an insurance policy against the youngsters messing up, that's not that bad.
No. Not
and like I said, everybody doesn't have to be a superstar. We don't have to go get, a 5-time, 10-time All-Star. You just need someone to be a stopgap until the rest of the team is back.
That's
That's all you really have to do.
That's it. It's like we need a substitute teacher. That's all it is. My teacher had a kid is on maternity leave. I need a sub. That's all it is. That's all it is. Just hold it down till he gets back. But even if we don't sign a point guard, and let's say we trade back into the draft and we get Walter Clayton, which brother, or even Trey Ori, or who was the one that played the point guard that played with Cooper Flagg?
Oh, you're talking about Proctor.
Proctor.
Yep.
I'm cool with just relying on him to be our backup point guard and let Brandon Williams be our starter. I'm totally fine with that. I would like fans to think a little bit not so close, right? They're looking at it like this, hey, I need somebody to replace Kyrie. You got to be the best available player versus, let me take a step back. I just need somebody who can fit this one role until Kyrie comes back. And Kyrie, from what I'm hearing, because I can say this, I'll speak on Kyrie's situation. From what I was told, there were multiple reasons for why we waited so long for this extension. 3 things had to happen. We had to get out from the second apron.
Mm-hmm.
When we signed Cooper Flagg, we were going to be over the second apron, so we had to make sure we were under the second apron. We also had to make sure that we had money to go and get a point guard. We also had to make sure that if we can do those 2 things, give Kyrie the most money available. I was told that they were breaking it down to the finite dollar amount, to the absolute most we could get for Kyrie, and while still accomplishing those 3 goals, and it happened. I was also told that Kyrie is very, very excited that he's the oldest Dookie, in his own words. I'm like, don't call yourself a Dookie.
I think I used that word before.
A Dookie?
The 3 Dookies.
All right. But Kyrie said that he was very excited to be the eldest Dookie and to be a teacher for Cooper Flagg and for Lively, of course. He wants to win in Dallas. I'm also being told that they're going to have to fight Kyrie to not come back early.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been hearing late January, early February. I heard late December. I'm like, hell no, that's way too early. That's when he probably wants to come back.
So, okay, and I know everybody thinks I'm crazy. I've been saying that since before because, once again, it's an ACL. It's 6 to 9 months is a recovery time. Everybody's talking about a year and a half. It's 6 to 9 months. He was injured in March, had surgery, injured in February, I think. In late February, had surgery beginning of March.
Mm-hmm.
So if you count out 9 months from March, that's right around, what, You got April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. December is 9 months.
Yeah, it would be December. Depending on the status of the team, if we're floating, we're looking good. Hey, Kyrie, you can get another month off.
Well, no. So
Relax.
here's my thing: if the team's doing well, then let him just work himself back in gently.
Right.
Even if we're not, just let him work himself back in gently. That's why you have
minutes
another point guard.
restriction. You know what I'm saying? Let him
10, 15 minutes a game to start, and then
because I'm pretty sure we'll be fine. Like, I'm not saying we don't need Kyrie. We're fine without him, but I think we can manage. Manage. Another thing that we're going to have to talk about, because there are other players that are being mentioned. The other player is a Malcolm Brogdon, who I wouldn't mind probably like 3 years ago. He is only 32. Last year, look, I'm seeing, and I don't want to call you out TGK, but TGK and everybody else mentioning Malcolm Brogdon want to talk about availability and, AD only going to play 30 games. Okay, Malcolm Brogdon played 24 games last year. The year before that, 39. The year before that, 67. Good job. The year before that, 36, 56, 54, 64, 48. He has never played more than 67 games since his rookie year. I like Malcolm Brogdon. I do. But if you want to talk about availability, if you want to talk about injuries like that, I would rather have Lonzo Ball than Malcolm Brogdon. Honestly. But
yeah,
in a vacuum, if you can promise me 40 games from Malcolm Brogdon at minimum 40 games, averaging 12 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, sure. I'm okay with that. I've also haven't really been watching Malcolm Brogdon, honestly, since he was in Milwaukee. It's been a while. What's his defense like? Chat, let me know as well. But Jay, can you speak on his defense?
I was just going to comment because TGK is saying he just needs to play half a season, but what if he's only healthy for the second half of the season?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. you mean the half that matters? I'm fine with that.
I'm talking about if we draft him, and if we sign him, and all of a sudden he's immediately down.
Yeah.
So I'm like, look, we just have to make sure that. My thing is, you guys are willing to take. It's so weird. The fan base is so weird.
Yeah.
As far as who they like and why they like people, because I just want somebody, like I said, I need, and like you said, you talk about a substitute teacher.
Yeah.
I just need a substitute bus driver to come in and just keep us from going off the road.
Yep.
Just keep us cold. That's all we gotta do. Just manage the team and like I said, if you get us 5 assists a game, that's amazing. And like I said, I'm sure Brandon can come in.
Is the draft going already?
I
have it up here. Okay, no, the players just coming out. I got a tweet from
Oh no, it just started.
Cooper Flagg will be tonight's #1 pick. Yeah, so I got that tweet. We all know that's what it's going to be, but I haven't seen it on my screen yet. Let me refresh my stream.
No, I felt it's starting now.
I think we all know he's going to be #1, obviously, but I got to make sure I got my stream up for this.
Yeah, I've got it right now. I'm watching. So yeah, all of them are on stage right now. Everybody.
Yeah, they're all like walking on stage. Yeah, that's what I saw. Come on, stream. You were just up. Go. Oh, I'm about to break something if this stream doesn't work.
Oh.
Come on.
So they're saying,
reload.
Yeah, I've been saying that. They said Philly's looking to trade the #3 pick in Paul George. I've been saying that forever.
They were dumb to trade for Paul George.
They just signed it. They signed him. And, okay, speaking of Paul George, because everybody complained about Clay, and the money we gave Clay is $17 million because he's 35 years old and he's washed. Paul George did not play as many games as Clay, did not have anywhere near the season Clay did, and he's getting $50 million a year. And he's got 3 more years at $50 million on, but Clay was a terrible signing.
I think a lot of Mavericks fans, and I don't want to disrespect anybody when I say this. But I do think a lot of Mavericks fans only really watch the Mavericks. So when they make these claims or when they make these judgments, they're not looking at the scope of the NBA. They're just looking at it here. Like, why would we give Clay $17 million? He had 0 points in a closeout game for the Warriors. And okay, cool. He had a better season than Paul George, making significantly less money. I think I'm okay with having Klay Thompson right now. I'm totally fine with that. And while he's here, we got Max Christie cooking in the back. Mm-hmm. Come on. Also, it means a lot to have someone like Klay Thompson around these young players.
Yeah. So, could Klay Thompson teach Cooper? Could he help Cooper Flagg work on his shot?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So that's the kind of stuff you have to look at.
Work on your shot. Oh, I went from 40% to 41%.
Well, I mean, but once again, so what people look at Flagg, right?
Yeah.
Um, so in Flagg's for his 1 year in college, he averaged 38.5% from three, which is decent. That's above league average.
Yeah.
What people don't understand is the last 20 games, because he struggled the first 20 games.
Yeah.
The last 20 games of the season, he averaged 45.3% from three.
He was super consistent.
That's not bad at all.
Also, do people not really pay attention to the minutes and the times when Clay is on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
He's sometimes the first person off, and then you don't see him till like the end of a quarter. He'll be out for the entirety of the third quarter. We're like, where's Clay? Pop up for the beginning of the fourth, and he's gone. Like the place and time that Jason Kidd plays Clay is kind of like he's already a backup.
Well, and that's the I've said this all last year because I disagreed with the way that Jason Kidd uses him, because Clay is a shooter, and one thing we know about shooters, shooters have to stay in rhythm.
Get him hot.
So yeah, if a shooter gets hot and then all of a sudden you sit them down and they go cold, then you can't be shocked when the shooter's inefficient. But I mean, even with that, Clay shot 39.2% from three last year.
That's still good.
And like I said the same thing, and I know once again, if Rob's still here, I know he'll be having a heart attack. But I said the exact same thing about Jaden Hardy. Jaden Hardy's a bucket. If you sit a bucket for 2 to 3 games in a row, the DNPs, and then you say, all right, get in here and go score, that's what happens. He goes cold, and then if he's not shooting, then he's not effective on everything else. That's why you got to keep shooters warm. You have to put them in, and you have to let them get their money, get their shots off in order for them to be effective.
I also think that Klay Thompson most likely has a very good relationship with Clay. Clay being an older player, much closer to Jason Kidd in age. I'm pretty sure they kind of have talked out, when do I play you? When do you want to go in the game? How long? You know what I'm saying? But I think in the beginning, it was kind of like let me feel it out and see where I can put you. But towards the end of the season, it was like, there's Clay, hitting him, doing good. But yeah, it takes time. We can't look at Jason Kidd like he's Pat Riley when Pat Riley was a coach. We can't look at Jason Kidd like he's Steve Kerr or Popovich or name another great coach, right? Jason Kidd is a good coach, but give him time, especially when he's given new pieces every single year.
But my biggest headache with Jason Kidd is the fact that he doesn't use the preseason to work on his lineups. He waits until 25 games into the season and be like, okay, I guess I better start coaching and take this seriously. Yeah. I need him to coach the whole year, and we can't throw away games with weird lineups. I don't need Cooper starting at the 5,
Oh, God, what? Or Cooper at the 2.
Yeah. We need and look, we need him to play and not experiment and do the weird stuff. We need to know what we got.
Yeah. Really quick, we are about to get going. I'm going to move your camera down a little bit. I'm going to move the chat over yonder. I'm going to make the chat a little bit bigger. There we go. And then, yeah, okay, cool. We got it all set up. So obviously, what we're going to do, chat, I'm going to have it show up the face, the name, the team of who drafts who. So if you leave and come back, you can kind of be up to date on who it is that just got drafted. With every pick, Jay will go over a quick little synopsis of that player. Who were they in college? Where did they go? How well did they play? Their player comparison. What team picked them up and why did they pick them up? We'll give you some background knowledge so you're not a casual. You can be a little bit smarter than you were 15 minutes ago. But that's what we're going to do. If you want to drop a question, if you want a topic for us to talk about, just at Mavericks Digest so I see your comment and we can talk about it. But man, I'm really excited to see what happens tonight as far as trades. I feel like every pick besides the number 1 pick, there has been a trade. There has been a trade. There has been a trade. You know what I mean? But it's going to be interesting. I think Ace Bailey will be the most interesting pick because I don't know where he's going. I don't even know what Washington, maybe? I don't know.
I see the commissioner, Adam Silver's on stage.
And they're booing him.
Oh, I thought he was announcing the pick. He's just talking. He's doing his speech.
Adam Silver shtick. Let me throw an AirPod in so I can hear. Okay, let me pull up
Boo. He's talking about the Thunder championship parade.
Oh, man, ain't
Boo.
nobody trying to hear all that.
The fact that the Thunder's trying to move up, I hope nobody helps the Thunder out. They're trying to move up into the top 10. I'm like, no. You don't get to go get good again. No.
We cannot let the Thunder get any more help. No.
Actually, we need to take a pick away from them. Because you won a championship, you lose the 15 pick.
I
That's
think
what
that's
needs to
fair.
happen.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
But we got Jesus is King in the chat, great name, saying, who do you think would fit better while Clay is out? Herb Jones or Chris Paul? Oh, I'm sorry, Kai, while Kai is out. Well, Herb Jones on a point guard, so I'd choose Chris Paul. The commissioner's just talking a whole lot right now about the Thunder, and oh my gosh, come on.
I was looking at the outfits that everybody has on earlier. There's an interesting outfit choice. I saw Cooper's wearing his Maverick blue.
Bro, Ace Bailey's outfit, he looks like Lil Nas X, I ain't gonna lie. He looks like Lil Nas X.
But did you see what's it, Jeremiah Fears? He has the outfit with I think it's gray, but it's got a red. No, it's red and then the interior is all pictures of his family and pictures of his life growing up.
That's what's up.
Yeah, he got like
Here we go, Adam. What are you gonna say? The first pick.
that was on the clock. Yeah, we're on the clock. They have to figure out who they're gonna get.
The Dallas Mavericks. Who have 5 minutes. All right, Jay. 5 minutes until Dallas makes their decision. Who could we get? You know, we need a point guard. There's Jeremiah Fears. There's Dylan Harper. We could do something crazy. We could do a razzle dazzle. Is it possible we could do a draft and stash? We send Cooper Flagg overseas?
If you want them to burn the American Airlines Center down while they're doing the draft party, yes.
Oh, man. Hey, shout out to Henry Oganoff in the chat saying, I'm friends with Kidman Nupple, Khan's youngest brother. Oh, that's what's up.
Okay.
Sorry if I mispronounced that entire name. Oh, man. It would have been really cool to be at the AAC with everybody while going live. Y'all know I don't go to a whole lot of games because I like to go live for y'all. For those that can't be there, I like to kind of bring it to you. But I would have loved to be in that arena right now with all the fans.
It could have been. I had free tickets. They invited
yeah,
me
but
to
I
go.
can't stream. I can only really stream from my room.
Yeah, I was gonna say they invited us to
Oh
go.
my god!
I mean, I could have.
Hold on. Do you see what they're showing? Mavs lose 2024 finals. Oh, this is hurt. February. Luka
No, why they
AD.
showing? They show Nico. Look, why they showing Luka?
Oh my gosh,
That's
they're
messed up.
embarrassing us.
Why are they doing this?
Then there's Nico. I wonder if I'm in this. I was at a few of the little protests.
Don't do this.
Yeah, so Chad, if you're not watching, they're showing pretty much the entire year that Mavericks had, and they showed us losing the finals last year. Trading
Kids right there.
Luka.
See, he's not in New York. Everybody see kids right there.
There you go. Oh, there you go. Nico is in Dallas,
Yeah, they're here.
so he's not afraid to show himself.
He's supposed to speak as soon as he's supposed to speak. I think tonight or tomorrow night. He's supposed to speak. He's going to speak with Cooper, I believe,
Yeah.
at the press conference.
All right, so Random User says, I want Richardson or Clayton. I like Jace Richardson, but I think I'd rather take Clayton.
Now, okay. I was gonna say the only thing about Jace Richardson, which we all know Jace is Jason Richardson's son.
Yes, but
The
he's
cool
better than
thing
his
about
father.
Well, no, he's way shorter than his dad. But the thing too, though, is his dad worked with him, unlike THJ's father. His dad worked with him as he was growing up, and they said that he is very much a coach's kid. He's got that mentality. That's why everybody I've seen, they said he's always in position. He knows where to be. So he has a very high basketball IQ. It's not like some of those guys just run. Even though he's undersized, you know, it hurt my heart when I found out he was 6'6.5" tall.
Yeah.
But because I was like, hey, we get him at 11 is what I was thinking back in the day. But
Hey, man.
when he shrunk all of a sudden at the combine, I was quite upset.
Yeah, like how do you shrink at the combine? Somebody was
Well,
lying.
ask Ace Bailey. He was
Some-
6'11" until he got to the combine.
Somebody
All of a
lied
sudden,
here.
he's 6'7".
Look, I'm not denying that A's. Oh, the pick is in. Did not take long. They're right now talking about Maine right now and blah 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 blah. But let's go. 2022 Class A state champions. That's good old Cooper Flagg. For those that don't know, he has a twin brother who is a grade below him, so he's about to start college. Cooper skipped a grade. I think he also plays semi-pro in Maine as well.
Who, Ace?
Yeah.
Well, the weird thing, so they're identical twins, but Ace has blonde hair and a blonde beard, which is also kind of weird.
Yeah.
And he's about an inch shorter than Cooper too. He's I think straight up 6'7". Cooper 6'7" and 7/5 of an inch or 3/4 of an inch.
Okay.
But Ace is not Cooper. But maybe Ace next year can come here and be Cooper's support human, like our Thanasis Antetokounmpo. You know.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Man, it's going to be really interesting after, obviously, we pick Cooper Flagg. Everything that happens after that is what's going to be super interesting. Because I have no idea.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said
After,
Flagg traded to OKC for Chet and 5 first.
no. No, the funny thing I could see, though, is if Dylan, I think Dylan's going to go second. After that, it's all up in the air. I think the only thing we know is the first 2 picks. Oh, they're in there. They're in Maine now, going crazy in a barn. Of course, why would they be in a barn?
Bruh. Look. Cooper Flagg,
In a
he gonna
gym.
be him. He's gonna be something special for Dallas. I know it.
Oh.
All right, the pick is in. Let's go.
Why are those Flag Day shirts $75 for a T-shirt? Can we answer that question? New Balance shirt, $75.
I mean, I spent more on a hoodie.
What kind of hoodie?
Or not a hoodie, it was a sweater. It was a Flag Day sweater.
Oh, you bought one of those?
Yeah, I bought one, of course. What?
I'll wait till I get it next year at the like.
Hey, we got too many. They're on sale.
I got so many, man. I got every.
No, I know you do. I got this because of you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I've got I think 14 pair of Mavs warm-ups.
Yeah. Every time we hang out, I just leave with like a handful of merch. Like, make it look like I robbed the clothing shop at the AAC. Like I just walked out with it.
Somebody said breaking news: Mavericks select Cooper Flagg with the #1 pick.
All right. So they call him the main event as
Yep,
his nickname.
that's a cool one. That's a cool nickname.
I think we can do better. Someone in the
ESPN
chat.
just
I want to give credit, but I saw someone call him Coop Skywalker.
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's fire.
I'm looking at the other people's chats because I'm at Discord,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody was upset that we took Cooper.
All right, here we go.
They used quite a bit of profanity.
Here we go. And with the first pick of the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg, forward from Duke. Let's go! All right, baby! We got Cooper Flagg with the #1 overall pick. Coop. Yes, sir. Okay. Thanks for coming to the stream. Good night, everybody. See you guys tomorrow. I'm just kidding. So it's official. It's official. We can pop champagne, throw a little something on the grill. You know what I'm saying? People can dry their tears from their eyes from February. We got Cooper Flagg. The impossible literally happened. Because how? But, Jay, I'm going to pass it to you. What do you got on Coop? Tell me about Cooper. Who is Cooper Flagg? I don't know this kid. Who is he?
So Cooper is he's a 6'7" and 3/4 small forward, power forward out of Maine, Newport, Maine. He weighed in at 221 at the combine. He has a 7-foot wingspan, a 35.5-inch vertical, 8-foot, 10.5-inch standing reach. He last year for Duke, he averaged 19.2 points per game, 7.5 rebounds, 4.2 assists, 1.4 steals, 1.4 blocks. He led Duke in every statistical category, all accounting stats, even though they have 3 probably top 10 picks in this lottery, because there's him, Canepo, and Malawach are all expected to go top 10. So that's pretty impressive. He has virtually every accolade you could have as a college player, and he's only the 4th player to win, the College Player of the Year as a freshman. Before, I know that, let's see, who was AD did it? It was AD, it was Zion, and I believe Tatum was the other one that all did it as freshman?
Yes.
So that's the company he's in.
Okay.
Now, of course, he's a two-way. He's excellent at almost everything he does. He's not elite specifically at anything except defense. But the comps for Cooper have been coming through. They're kind of a wide range. I've seen everything from Scottie Pippen, Jason Tatum, Kawhi Leonard, Grant Hill, Sean Marion, and
Kevin
Andre
Garnett.
Kirilenko. Well, KG's one, but
KG.
and AK-47 is basically the floor.
Yes. And for us, like, now I keep wanting to call him 17. He just turned 18. For an 18-year-old about to go in the NBA, that's a good floor. Because
Yeah.
remember, this is supposed to be his freshman year of college.
Yep.
Everything you said about what he did in college was technically done by a high school senior. He's
And
got a
somebody
very
up
good
there,
start.
somebody asking who would help him with his handles. Actually, that should be, unless we lose him, God Shamgod is could teach
We
him
need
handles.
him.
Yeah, we got to keep God. But that's one of the things I have. But basically, his strength, the best two-way prospect since Anthony Davis.
Mhm.
The only weakness he really needs to improve his handle and work on a go-to offensive move besides the spin. That's been his default move is a spin move in the paint.
Mhm.
And his identical twin brother standing right behind him. And then I think his older brother is also there. I think he has a 22-year-old brother that's also behind him on up there talking to ESPN.
Okay, okay. I just got a message that people started chanting "Fire Nico" at the AAC. Now, all jokes aside, me being so serious, can today be the last day we do that?
It should be, man. It's
If Cooper Flagg is in the building, can we not bring up anything that happened before him? He wasn't here for that. That has nothing to do with him. I don't know. I'm annoyed by hearing that because if I know for a fact if I was at the arena and I heard that, I'd probably go home. I'm like, y'all suck the fun out of everything. And if you're that mad, why are you there? If you're that mad, why are you there? You got Cooper Flagg. Instead of being happy, fire Nico. You're choosing to be angry.
I was on. I accidentally fell into Mavs Reddit about 2 days ago, and I saw the same thing. And somebody was like, "I'll never forgive the team," and I'm like, dude, you know what? I'm like, it's been months now. It's over 6 months. Basically about 6 months ago. I said at this point, if you're not ready to move on, and I get it, can't tell anybody how to grieve, whatever, but at this point, move on because, like I said, hate watching the team is just sad. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? If you want to go find another team, go find another team. If you don't want to cheer for the Mavs, don't cheer for the Mavs. But just hating on a team forever, it's just what kind of life is that, man?
Look, and I'm
You
not
know?
saying now. Let me be clear. I'm not telling people to shut up. All I'm
No.
saying is you are choosing to be angry when you have a choice to be happy and you have a reason to be happy. You are choosing to not be happy. Why would you want to be unhappy? If I felt that way too, if I wanted to just turn my back on the organization, if I wanted to never make Mavericks content, if I wanted to say I'm never Mavericks fan, guess what? I would never mention them again. I wouldn't even say fire Nico. I want to go to the AAC. I want to watch the Mavericks. I do something else with my time. I would find something that makes me happy. I think it's weird. That's just me. But we got Cooper Flagg. He is a Dallas Maverick. The next team is the San Antonio Spurs. Now, Jay, go ahead and tell the folks who you think the Spurs going to get while I prep the screen.
I think we're going for Dylan Harper. Um, that's what I think is going to be pick number 2. I think it'll be Dylan Harper from Rutgers, Ace Bailey's teammate. He's the son of Ron Harper,
Mm-hmm.
5-time NBA champion. And like I said, we'll wait till it's official. But we have some fun facts. I was watching some of the interviews, and there's some interesting stuff out there. Oh, it did just come in. They said that the Spurs did take Dylan Harper.
Well, hold on. My stream's a little bit behind. Watch your mouth. Don't announce it. You don't know
Okay.
nothing. So who could it be? Who could it be? Who
The
could it
guy-
actually be? The commissioner is at the table.
You're not getting the ESPN updates, I see.
Look, my streams are behind. It's like the chat knows I'm always behind. I'm always gonna be behind. But the San Antonio Spurs did just draft Dylan Harper. Jay, speak on Dylan Harper a little bit for the people that don't know. This is also Dylan Harper, the son of the Hall of Famer Ron Harper, who also has an older brother who's in the NBA. Isn't as good, but he has an
Ron
older
Harper
brother.
Jr.
Yeah, Ron Harper Jr. ain't really that good. But go ahead and speak on Dylan Harper for the people.
Oh, one quick thing. Somebody asked the question, why isn't Cooper going to wear number 2 here? That's because Derrick Lively is number 2. So that's why Cooper will probably go to 32 when he comes here. But so we're looking at, yes, Dylan Harper went to Rutgers. He's a 6'4.5" in socks or barefoot guard. So he measures out about 6'6", 6'7" in shoes. He's a point guard slash shooting guard, weighs about 213, so he's a solid size. He actually lost a little weight because toward the end of the season he was weighing at about 220, and he dropped a little weight through all the workouts.
Oh wow.
Uh, he has a 6'10.5" wingspan, a 36.5" vertical, standing reach of 8 feet 6 inches. Last year he averaged 19.4 points a game, 4.6 rebounds, and 4 assists a game, along with 1.4 steals and zero point 0.6 blocks. His comps are, strangely enough, Ron Harper for some reason. James Harden, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Brunson. Those are people see him as a tall Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
Which
okay. Better
yeah,
a better defender.
Yeah, I think he's a solid. I mean, he's not a lockdown defender by any stretch, but I think he's better than Jalen. Jalen's a little bit a liability just because of his size, but he can be more physical because of his additional size and weight that compared to Jalen. Jalen plays more bully ball because he's heavier.
Yeah.
And kind of runs into you like a bowling ball and makes you bounce off of him.
Yeah.
But like I said, one of the things that Dylan's known for is he's real good at stepping through double teams.
Okay.
So he'll get into the paint and he's fearless as far as slashing, but he'll step through it between a double team and still get his shot off through contact.
Okay.
But like I said, strength, great handle, footwork, body control. Like I said, finishes through doubles. Weakness, not a high percentage 3-point shooter. And actually, interesting fact about him, even though his father, you would think, won 5 championships in the NBA, won 3 with Michael Jordan. He said his mother is the one that put the basketball in his hand, and she was his coach in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
Dylan Harper's like, my dad ain't do nothing.
He said his dad was always playing golf.
Like a real father. I got to be an absent father for you to be great, man. That's what happened to LeBron. I'm just helping you out, son. Jokes aside. No, I think Dylan Harper's going to be a great player. I think he's got all the skill sets to be very successful, especially in the San Antonio system. Makes me wonder about Stephon Castle and De'Aaron Fox, though. Oh, I lost your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there.
Yep. Yeah, so De'Aaron Fox, it's his last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, he's an expiring contract. So if they don't move him, he can walk and they just have space for next year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they will try and trade De'Aaron Fox sometime this season, probably before the trade deadline, though.
That'd be interesting.
Because you got Fox, you got Vassell, you got Castle.
Yeah.
And now you got Harper. I think either Harper or Castle could be the one or the two. I think they're kind of interchangeable. They're both 6'6" point guards. Yeah. So I think those two can be interchangeable. They'll just be guards. Vassell is your 3, and then I think they're going to draft a 4 or a 5. They're going to get a 4 or 5. I do believe in this draft because I keep hearing just like AD, Wemby wants to play the 4. He does not want to be a 5.
Nobody wants to play the 5.
At 7'12", Wemby wants to be a 4.
No 7-footer wants to be a center, but you'll have people built like PJ Tucker wanting to play the 5. But really quick to address the chat, random user did say Harper's only 18. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Harper's only 18, and then someone else said, do you think the Luka trade or / draft pick was coordinated behind the scenes? I'm not going to elaborate on this. I'm going to give you my short answer. No. Not going to elaborate. But anyway, we got the first 2 picks, and you know what that means, Jay. Trades, maneuvers. The draft is about to begin. The draft begins now. Yep. The next team up is Philly, and apparently a certain player did not want to go to Philly. And who was that player, Jay?
That's Arius Bailey.
Darius Bailey. Is his name Darius?
Arius.
Arius Bailey.
Yeah, all of his siblings have Air. Their names all start with Air, according to Ace, as he's more commonly known.
I think he's a weird kid. And I'm not trying to be rude or be mean or be a bully. Just everything I've seen, I'm like, I hope you have a good career, bro. Because I don't get you. And that's okay. Maybe I don't have to. You're not for me, and that's okay. But as long as you're a good player, hey, that's all that matters at the end of the day. It don't matter what I think. A good player is a good player.
No, and I was telling up here, I think what it is right now, I think he's just getting really, really, really bad advice from his from his people. And the sad thing is, like I said, Ace Bailey, I know we don't want to go too deep in him because he hadn't been picked yet, but his
hold on. This isn't
what?
A move, but we do have a developing update. The Bulls are looking to trade Lonzo Ball or Kobe White before they make their pick at number 12. Expect a trade within the next 9 picks.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. It ain't gonna beat us. We ain't got nothing for you. We're trying to get another pick.
Oh man, I got a thing pop. I thought they was saying the pick was in, but it is not. So
All right, the pick is in for Philly.
Let's see.
Oh, Dirk gave a short message that the Mavs displayed after they drafted Cooper. Flagg. We'll go over that after this one. So who do you think they're gonna pick?
If I, like I said, to me, I would forget all that maneuvering and posturing. I would take Ace Bailey, and like I said, I would force somebody else to trade for him today. Because if you're gonna try and bully me, I'm gonna get additional assets. I'm gonna make a team trade me.
I mean, but the whole posturing thing, right? Like, I don't want to work out with you guys. I don't want to be here. I don't want to. This is like, so do we? Like, would you? Like, if you found out that Cooper didn't want to come to Dallas, would you still pick him at 1?
Yep.
Well, yeah, it's Cooper. Never mind, it's Cooper. Yeah, duh. You gonna play in Dallas? You ain't got no choice.
Or I'm gonna rob somebody. I will have someone give me everything to come get him.
Oh yeah. I'll trade Cooper. He don't want to be here. 5 first-round picks and your 2 starters right now.
The deal that was on the table from the San Antonio with the 4 first-round picks for Cooper. Yeah, sure.
Sure. If you don't,
you could trade up one spot. You could trade up one spot to come get him.
Yeah. Andrew Hadley says rumors are that the Spurs want to trade up their 14th pick to Malak. Interesting. Ooh. And then Random User says, what are the odds we get another pick? I'm going to just say straight up 50-50.
Yeah.
50-50. Either we do or we don't.
So,
I do believe that Nico is actively working on it, though. The third pick of the 2025 NBA Draft, Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Baylor.
Yes, sir.
Also from the Bahamas. So, what do you got on VJ Edgecombe?
VJ Edgecombe was the most explosive athlete in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
He is, of course, 6'4" from Baylor, 193 pounds, wingspan of 6'7.5", vertical of 38.5 inches, standing reach of 8 feet 5.5 inches. Last year for Baylor, he averaged 15 points a game on 43.6% shooting. He also had 5.6 rebounds, 3.2 assists, 2.1 steals. Mm-hmm. So he's known as the best perimeter defender, as the best point of attack style defender. He also averaged 0.6 blocks a game. He's another one that's known for the chase down blocks.
Ooh, okay.
He's got some interesting comps. So his comps are Russell Westbrook, Victor Oladipo, Eddie Jones, KCP, and Derrick White. All pretty good players.
KCP and Derrick White. I like that. That's it. That sounds like somebody who can just do all the little things.
Mm-hmm. But the athleticism of a Russell Westbrook when he first got to the league.
And that's crazy. Because, like you said, chase down blocks. Ooh, I'm thinking LeBron in the finals against the Warriors.
Now, there is a video I did watch in prepping for this where he went up against a certain guy from Duke, mm-hmm. and he got dunked on. And then this 6'7" guy from Duke said, yeah, you can't guard me, after he dunked on him. Because he heard he was the best defender, pure defender in the draft. So, yeah, he wanted to make sure he dunked on him in a one-on-one. But
hey, sometimes
that's what
you gotta get that lick back.
Oh, dude, I love Cooper. But like I said, biggest thing with him, like I said, ridiculous athleticism, lockdown defender, ball hawk. Like I said, he's known for one of the best blocking guards in the draft, as I was saying. Mm-hmm. Weaknesses, he needs to work on his shot off the bounce. His set shot did improve throughout the year. Like I said, it's just he's not overly polished, but he did increase, and his facilitation started to increase throughout the year too, like to be able to run plays out through him.
Okay. Real quick, Andrew had in the chat said, Big Jaden to take Perk's job. Give ESPN some hope and real reporting. Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, Jay is not only knowledgeable, he is entertaining. Whenever we're at these Texas Legends games, he's got me dying every single time. But no, those are all good things about VJ Edgecombe. And does it make sense for Philly to get him if you have Maxey and Jared McCain?
Well, I think so. And the funny thing with VJ too, they said that they fell in love with him during the draft, during his interview process, because they said he was missing shots, during the shooting portion of his workout. But they said they just knew he was just nervous. And they said when they interviewed him, they said everybody in the organization fell in love with him. They said he was just the nicest kid. Yeah. And they knew that he's the kind of guy you want on that team.
Yeah. No, I get it. You think Kai Jones goes to Philly to play with VJ? 2 Bahamans.
Nah. I think Kai wants to come back here. Like I said, I think if we can make something happen for Kai, I think it would be amazing to get him back on the team.
Hey, Henry Oganoff in the chat saying, I usually don't follow NBA or most sports, but I went to school with all the Knuckle brothers, and it's crazy that someone I know is going to the NBA. It is crazy. Like, I can't remember their names because I'm 30 years old and I graduated high school 12 years ago, but I did go to school with at least 2 people that I know that are in the NFL. Were I friends with them? No. Were they in my grade? No. But I did go to school with 2 people that are currently in the NFL. I think somebody who's much younger than me that went to my high school just got drafted maybe 3 years ago. So, no, it is always cool. Another fun little fact, Miles Turner went to high school with one of my coworkers in Euless, Texas, actually. He went to Trinity High School. My coworker was in his grade. So it's always cool whenever like you see somebody or you know somebody that makes it to that stage. It's always interesting. And for those that don't know, because I never really talk about it, I had an uncle. I had a cousin. Why did I say uncle? I had a cousin who was in the NFL. For those that may know, Joe McKnight, he played for the Jets. He was supposed to play for the Vikings. Unfortunately, he passed. But yeah, so it's always interesting whenever you have somebody that you know make it to that level. Let me see. Some random user says, "Did you just last name is actually what? I don't know what you're saying." Random user. Henry Oganoff says, "I am in the same class as Kidman." Oh wow, that's what's up. Red also says, "I went to school with TK." Do the race like TK. But all right, the next team up is Charlotte. Jay, what do you got on Charlotte? Their needs. Who are they getting?
Well, so that's the thing. Charlotte's got LaMelo Ball. Now, interesting thing with Charlotte during the draft process, I don't know if you heard this, but several players refused to go work out because they did not want to play with LaMelo Ball. I heard that multiple times.
Yep.
That people were turning down workouts. They said the same thing happened last year, that people did not want to play with LaMelo. And I was like, wow, that seems like a bad thing.
I'd trade LaMelo. I'm like, oh, I'll trade him.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
What?
That was crazy. But yeah, Charlotte. But the thing is, they said Charlotte wants someone that can be out there because you've already got Miles Bridges. You've got what's his name? I forgot his name now. Brandon Miller from last year.
Brandon Miller. Yeah.
And so Brandon Miller's like a 3. So really, BJ would have been perfect for them.
Mm-hmm.
So
now, do they get Fears and trade LaMelo to Clippers?
I think they may go probably either Trey Johnson or maybe a Canuple, maybe Con Canuple, because they could use pure shooting, and I mean either one of those guys could be a pure shooter for that to slide right into there.
Yeah. Young Light's in the chat saying, I think it's probably more than LaMelo, unless I'm missing something. Probably Miles Bridges as well. I think the whole organization is full of questionable dudes. Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of glad we got PJ up out of there. The Hornets have talented players. It's just not it just doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? And maybe with Michael Jordan out of the picture, it can fix itself. Don't know. But I think Brandon Miller and whoever they draft in this draft should be their main focus. Trade LaMelo for whatever you can get from the Clippers. I don't even know what the Clippers would offer. But I think that's what you do if I'm the Hornets. Because how long is Charlotte going to be okay with being a lottery team? How long? With all these talented players, right? Like, we've seen Orlando, albeit an overpay, but Orlando was like, we're tired of being in the lottery. We want to get players that fit our timeline of Palaban, Carroll, and the rest of them. Get Desmond Bane. We don't need these first-round picks. Get Desmond Bane. We're going all in. You do that. And we saw Orlando being a lottery team for the last 5+ years, right? The majority of their players were lottery pick players, right? So eventually a team's got to, excuse my language, but shit or get off the pot. And we already seen Orlando ready to get off the pot. When is Charlotte? Are you going to just keep getting lottery picks until it works out? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think that's been one of the issues, though. They have to do something, and Charlotte is a small market team, and so a lot of players don't want to go to. They're not trying to get to Charlotte, North Carolina. That's the issue. So what do you do?
Man, this is crazy. But I'm checking out the chat. Random user says VJ's actual last name is Lolly, unless his brother is a stepbrother. Him and his brother Bridges probably got different dads. It happens, Me and my brother got different names. His last name is Jarvis. My last name is Martin. But that's still my brother. Just saying. But I need to get me a Cooper Flagg jersey tonight. I think I'm gonna order one before the stream's over, or before I go to bed at least. I'm gonna order me a Cooper Flagg jersey. I got Kyrie's right here. I can't really see it, but Kyrie's jersey's right here. I'm going to take down PJ's. Nothing against PJ. I love PJ. One of my favorites. Cooper's going up there.
Look at it. Who did I just say? Pick is in. Who did they just draft? Who did I just say?
With the 4th pick of the 2025 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Knipple. That's how you say his name? Con Knipple? I call it Nipple.
Knipple.
Con Knipple. All right, Big J, tell the people about King Kong.
So I Knipple. Yeah, this middle name is because his father's also Con Knipple, and so he wanted to make him the
all right,
second.
not trying to be disrespectful. What kind of name, bro? Is he
This
all right?
Con-
Now, no disrespect. Is he from here or is he from like overseas?
Milwaukee.
He's got a very Milwaukee name. He's got a
And
very
his-
Milwaukee name.
And his father, I saw an interview. His father and his father's brothers were traveled all around the country playing 3-on-3 tournaments.
Oh wow!
And they said they were called the Flying Knupples, is what they called that team back in the days. And then, but yeah, and I think Khan's got 5 brothers. Yeah. So like I said, he's a 6'5", 6'5" shooting guard. They say it's shooting guard / point guard, but shooting guard from Duke. Weight 219 pounds, so he's not light. He's got a 6'6" wingspan, 36.5-inch vertical, so he can hop a little bit. 8'5.5" of standing reach. Last year he averaged 14.4 points a game on 47.9% from the field and 40.6% from 3. So a pretty good 3-point shooter.
Oh, he's a good shooter.
He averaged 2.7 steals a game.
Hey, what do they say about his shooting? Like he's like catch and shoot automatic, right?
Yeah. No, that's what he is. He's a lights out shooter. So that's why I said that's what I was saying. That's what they need in Charlotte. That's why I think they need him and Trey. They're the 2 best pure shooters in the draft. So that was going to be my thought was they're going to take one of those 2 guys.
Okay.
But so of course they say he's not the most athletic, but because of his size and his weight, they said he is known to play a little bit of bully ball. Just kind of go in there and rough people up. He's not a great one-on-one defender, but he's a good team defender because once again always knows where to be. So his comps are Chris Mullin, Wally Serbiak, Gordon Hayward, Jared Dudley. So I don't know if you're seeing a.
Wait, say Jared Dudley?
Yeah.
You can't say Gordon Hayward and Jared Dudley are your comps. Which end are you? Are you Gordon Hayward in Utah or Jared Dudley in Brooklyn?
Hey, there's Wally Serbiak,
And that's another thing, too. You're naming players that I haven't heard of in a long time. I'm like, but I know he's good. I know he's going to be automatic. I only hope that while he's in Charlotte, he don't get a bunch of face tattoos, a grill, and drive a Hellcat. Stay away from LaMelo, Con. Stay away from LaMelo. No disrespect. No disrespect. But I think it's going to be interesting. But yeah, shout out to Henry who said that the 5 brothers are also called the Flying Knupple brothers. Also, he has 4 brothers, and they got them all on stage right now. It's all 5 of them, and I wouldn't be surprised if like a few of them all make the league. That'd be kind of crazy. But no, that's great for him. That's absolutely awesome. Henry also says that it's from Germany. He's got a little German roots to his name. So okay. I try not to be disrespectful with people's names. I just don't know. I don't know nothing. I'm a little dumb. But we got the Utah Jazz up. Now, we did see earlier today, I don't know if you saw it, the Utah Jazz has put everybody available for trade. So what do they need? Who are they going to get? If everyone's up for trade, then who do you draft?
I thought they were trying to keep the 2 guards they drafted last year. I thought that's what the only thing they were really wanting to do was keep those 2 guys, and everybody else was available. Oh, that's the father and they're showing the father and the uncles.
Showing the Flying Knipple brothers. Is it Knipple? I don't want to call this man Nipple.
Con Knupple is what I've been hearing.
Con Knupple. I'm just calling him King Con. King Con ain't got nothing on me. Nah, that's actually really cool. Like the dad and all his sons are just straight hoopers. That's awesome. Like that's really dope. I like that. And like that's part of the NBA draft. Look, Cash, Kager, Con, Kinston, Kidman. Now, I'm glad they had 5 kids and they didn't stop at 3. You know what I'm saying?
No. Hey.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Now he did have an uncle play 1 year for the Bucks, but I think it was his mother's brother, not his father's brother.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, that's cool. Like I said, that's part of the draft night stories that you just love to see. It's always cool, And of course, throughout the night, we're going to hear a lot more stories about these players and their journey, where they came from, what does this mean. Like, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. But someone said the K sign is pronounced on. Okay. Hey, this is why I go live. Y'all educate me. Y'all know I'm dumb. I say it all the time. I'm a college dropout. I was in the military. You know my brain is scrambled eggs. I'm never trying to be rude. I'm just dumb.
He's saying his first name is On?
On Upple. On Nupple.
No,
On
no
Nipple.
no one's ever pronounced his name that way.
Hey, man, nah, it's all good.
Anyway.
Oh, he said I was just joking. I said
Okay.
on Nipple. But anyway, the pick is in for the Jazz. So who do you think they're going to get?
Jazz, like I said, it could be anybody. I know they like Trey Johnson as well, but it could be anybody. Will he take Ace Bailey? Because I think Ace said he didn't want to go to Utah. Is another place he didn't want to go. But
Mhm.
and you know what? So speaking of Ace, right? So one of the problems I did have with Ace doing what he said, his representation says he wants to go somewhere that he doesn't have to compete to be a star.
Oh,
That
so
he's the
that's why
main
he
guy.
probably wants to go to Washington.
Yeah, well,
He'll be another
there's a bunch of
John
scrubs.
Wall, getting all the money and giving the organization nothing.
Yeah, 0 wins because
Yeah.
you're going to go to and they made the trade now, so there's no there's no Jordan Poole there. I mean, if you look at that new starting five, it's brutal.
Look, I said this, and people thought I was joking. I actually like the trade for New Orleans. New Orleans has good players. They just got to get it together. Like, you have to make it all work together. So it's up to them.
Yeah.
But they say the pick is in. I'm listening to people talk right now. They got Trey Johnson on the screen.
They keep going back and forth between Ace and.
But if they do draft a guard, Colin Sexton.
Oh, they're looking at their
Jordan
phone.
Clarkson.
Yeah, he may have gotten texted because I think he's looking at his phone. Ace was looking at his phone.
Oh, there's Ace. Oh, he's looking down. Yeah. I feel like I don't know. I want Ace Bailey to have a good career. I want all these guys. I don't wish no ill on none of them, but like, you gotta act right. You gotta act right.
Oh,
All right, here we go.
That's
Here we
it,
go.
man.
Here we go.
They just said it.
The pick is in. I'm a little bit behind you. I apologize.
Yeah. I just saw
With the
it. I ain't
fifth
saying
pick of the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Ace Bailey. Ooh, interesting. Ace Bailey. What does this mean? So before we get into who is Ace Bailey, why do the Jazz make this pick?
Well, I think the Jazz. One, I don't think they care about what he wants. And like I said, that's the thing is some team had to be the one like, look, I don't care what you want or where you want to go.
Honestly, yeah.
We're going to pick you, and either you're going to play for us or we'll trade you. But that's the thing, we don't have to. So, and I think that's all that's about. I think they kind of called his bluff, and I think that's what I think the 76ers should have called his bluff.
I mean, yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But what about Ace Bailey? Who is he? What does he bring to the Jazz? What does this mean for other teams that lucked out on Ace Bailey, like the Philadelphia 76ers? Tell us about Ace.
So here's the Ace. It was very interesting because his first knock came against him at the combine because remember all throughout the season he was being touted as a 6'10", 6'11", Kevin Durant type.
They call him a unicorn.
Yeah, but when he came and showed up and he measured in at 6'7.5" in shoes, I mean in barefoot, that kind of took away all the, oh man, he could be special. I'm like, yeah, you're not. You're basically average small forward, power forward size.
Yeah.
And so so he's 202.8 pounds. He's got a 7-foot wingspan, so not an overly plus wingspan. 34.5-inch vertical. So once again, not an amazing. He's good, and like I said, he probably has the highest or second highest ceiling of anybody in the draft. That's the thing, because he could have been more higher touted than Cooper. But like last year, like I said, he went to Rutgers too, and that was another thing. With Rutgers, when you think was Rutgers, but having both him and Dillon, that they'd have a better record, but they didn't even make the tournament, which is another concern because what they put together didn't result in winning. And I know the team was bad around them, but still, you've got two stars, like two top 7 players. You should be able to win something.
Yeah.
But last year, he averaged 17.6 points a game on 46% from the field, 34.6% from three. So once again, not spectacular. He also shot 69% from the free throw line, which they kind of use that as an indicator to see if your shot is pure. They look at that to determine if your shot extrapolates, and that's not good.
You said 69%?
Yeah, from the 3-point line.
That's like LeBron James.
That's what I'm saying. He averaged 7 rebounds a game, 1.3 assists, so he doesn't pass a lot. 1 steal, 1.3 blocks. His comps are Rashard Lewis, Jaden McDaniels, or Michael Porter Jr. So once again, good players, not amazing players necessarily. I mean, Michael Porter Jr. He did win a championship, but he's not the lead guy on that. He wasn't the lead guy on that team. Strength, smooth shot maker, good athleticism, quick second jump. Weakness, questionable handles, can be shut down by crowding him.
Yeah.
So, if you cut him off, now interesting facts. Like I said, he comes from a basketball family, a real basketball family, just like Khan did. His mother, Ramika McGee, is a former WNBA player. His father, Richard, was a Houston Cougar, and his aunt Venus was on the 1996 Olympic gold medal team.
Wow,
So yeah,
really?
he's got a very, very high level basketball family. And like I said, that's his representation is old fam or as an old family friend.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he went with that person, and so that's why he's kind of had what happened this year with him.
Okay, okay. Hold on. Get my mic right. Mic on. Hey, let me know in the chat if audio sounds good. Make sure it's all good. But all right, so that's Ace Bailey going to the Jazz. But next up, we got the Washington Wizards, who did work out with Ace Bailey. I don't think the Jazz worked him out, did they?
I don't
Because
think
I heard
so.
it was only 3 teams that worked out with Ace Bailey. It was like the Wizards, the Brooklyn Nets, and some other
And
teams.
Pelicans, I think the Pelicans. He
Pelicans,
wanted to go.
yeah.
Yeah,
So Ace Bailey not even going to a team that he probably wanted. But again, Utah's like, welcome to
okay.
Utah. We don't care.
People ain't coming here to sign, so we drafted
Everybody's
whatever.
up for trade. This is now your team. So next up is Washington. They have, and I want to go to the chat real quick. Shout out to Young Lightskin, another knowledgeable person. I may have to drag him up on stream one day. But he said Marcus Smart, Chris Middleton, CJ, all going to be expired next year. That's a lot of cap space to make a splash in free agency. Yeah. And that's why I like the New Orleans move. They got Jordan Poole, they got Sadiq Bey, who I think is a good player, a good defender. And then the Wizards are just stocking up on expiring contracts to free up so much space so Alexander Sarr can kind of, have what he needs. Now, they have Alexander Sarr. Who do they draft to complement Alexander Sarr?
I've heard a lot of stuff. I think it may be Trey this time because, like I said, Trey's the best player left. But
Trey
I heard
Johnson?
they're also, huh?
Say Trey Johnson or Trey Jones?
Yeah, Trey Johnson.
Johnson, yeah. Okay.
But I've also heard that they were looking at, let's see, I'm trying to get to my. So besides Trey, I think they're also looking at maybe Common Malawatch to pair with him to have
Malawach,
just
yeah.
an elite double big setup, or maybe even so because he's more of a four. They thought about maybe pairing him up with Derek Queen, who's got a more polished offensive game, as especially around the paint, so they can have the outside game between those two. So it just depends. They're all over the place. So I've even heard fears to them before. So
True. Do you think the pick is in for Washington, so we should hear soon. So when it comes to Ace Bailey, do you think that he's afraid of competition? Is that why he wanted to go to a team where like I ain't got to compete? I'll be the number one when the moment I get there. Yeah, send me to Pelicans, send me to Brooklyn, send me to Washington. Jazz, fine, I'll be the best. Do you think that he's afraid of competition? Do you think that he cares more about being like the focal point than winning?
that's what it sounds like, and that's not good. Which I think that's another reason I think that's why he went to Rutgers because Rutgers is not known as this amazing dynasty type college team.
Ooh. I got a little update from my source. Hey, shout out to the 160 people that are still here. I just got an update from a trusted source. Mavs are having discussions with teams to trade Hardy or Omax. The Nets are the suitors. They've got, what, 5 first-round picks? 6 first-round picks?
First round. I've
5.
been saying, I said that. Didn't I say that?
Hey, chat, who's it going to be? Omax or Hardy? It's not Martin. It's one of those two. Omax or Hardy, who's going to Brooklyn? Spam it in the chat. Well, don't spam it, but let me know in the chat. And now, what do you think, Jay? Who is it?
I mean, I would probably prefer Hardy at this point. But if it is Hardy, then like I said, if we can get another second round pick, I mean another late first round pick, I would do it, and then get somebody, try and get Walter Clayton Jr. If you can get like the 26, if you get 19, that's amazing. But I don't think you're gonna get 19. But they've got, I forgot what the other pick they picked up was now because they've got 8, 19, 26, 27. I forgot the other pick that they picked up.
Well, we all know that Jaden Hardy's a bucket. We all know that Omax is baby Dirk. We gotta keep him both.
Made the pick.
All right, hold on. My stream keeps like starting and stopping in my ear. Mad annoying. All right, so go ahead, Jay. Tell them who it was.
All right, so this is Garland's own Trey Johnson.
Trey Johnson out of Tejas.
Yep.
Now, Trey Johnson to the Wizards. What does that mean?
He'll be the best shooter on the Wizards.
Now, are we impressed by that or
I mean, I think him and then it's Sar, right? Is on the Wizards, right?
who? Yeah, sorry.
It
Yeah.
is. Yeah, so I mean, they'll have a good big small combo set going there. So I think it'll be good for them. They have something they could build around with those two.
Didn't see.
Who's
Is it
that he
Trey
just said?
Johnson? What? Richard Johnson's his father?
Yep. Oh, hold on, let me see. I got it down
What you
here.
got? What you got? What you got? Tell us
I got
about
everything.
Trey Johnson. Tell us about him.
So Trey Johnson, shooting guard, 6'4" and 3/4", 190 pounds, 6'10" wingspan, so a pretty decent wingspan. 37.5" vertical, 8'5" standing reach. Now last year for Texas, he averaged 19.9 points a game. I believe that's the highest points per game uh, in the Division One. He also had 3.1 rebounds, 2.7 assists. He averaged .9 steals. What
We know the number that Cooper Flagg will be wearing.
is it, 31 or 32?
32.
That's what I thought. It's 32. That's what he wore in high school.
Yep. We're in high school. Cool. All right, continue.
So here's the thing. When we talk about shooting, so he averaged 42.7% from the field, 39.7% from the three. Not quite as good as Khan, but like I said, he's one of the best shooters out there. He's known as a bucket. His comps are Chris Middleton, Allen Houston, Nick Young, O.J. Mayo, Michael Redd, and Terrence Ross. So all high level scorers.
Terrence
Yeah.
Ross was a scorer, but he was just get to the
Allen
bucket.
Houston. Allen Houston was a scorer,
Yeah.
Young Chris Middleton before the
Young,
hair loss.
young Chris Middleton.
But his strengths, he's a pure bucket, led the SEC in scoring, one of the best shot creators for both himself and with the drive and dish. Weakness is more effective with the ball in his hands and may not be as effective in a catch and shoot situation, which is kind of unusual, but he's like one of those likes to create. Interesting facts, like I said, his father played at Texas before transferring to Midwestern State and is a coach at Lake Highlands. So that's what I've been hearing about him. He's another one of those coach's kid types.
Yeah.
So that's why basketball's in his blood. He said in another interview that his biggest thing, he was underrated as a passer because he sees himself as the facilitator. He said everybody just thinks of him as a shooter, but he said he feels his defense is underrated, which is another good thing to hear from someone who's known as a bucket.
Okay, I like that. Young Lightskin in the chat said Trey Johnson is also funny. Y'all gotta watch some of his interviews. I'll have to check it out. I like learning the personalities of some of these players. Like a few years ago, when what's the name was the Anthony Edwards when he was getting drafted, loved him. I still love Anthony Edwards. Dude is hilarious. So up next is the New Orleans Pelicans, who just made a pretty big trade. But what do they need? I think they need a center. I'm not trusting. I refuse to trust Zion any more than you already have. Draft a center. Is Moloch the answer?
Yeah, Malawatch.
Malawatch. My apologies. Malawatch. I think
He
that's
could be,
who they're going to draft.
It could not. Derek Queen is also one that could go there
Derrick
too.
Queen's, yeah. Derrick Queen's not necessarily fell in the draft.
He was always in that 9-10 range that I've seen, but I've seen him. He's all over the place.
TGK in the chat saying Mavs are in talks with the Nets per my source. I'm his source.
I've been saying that forever that the Mavs should be talking to the Nets. Didn't I was like, oh, they got all the picks. Trade with the Nets.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm not TGK source. Maybe I am. TGK will tell you if I'm his source. I'm just a dude with a camera. I'm just a man with a podcast. That's all I am. But let me see here. My phone's been blowing up all night. I gotta keep deleting stuff. Cooper Flagg's message to Mavs fans. I'm so excited, ready to get down to Dallas and get to work. I think I'm just, what did he say? He said, I think I'm just going to try to be an impact player, do anything I can try and fit in and just help the team win. Yeah, that's what we want to hear.
Oh, look at Ace. Ace does not look happy.
Yeah, because he did it. He's like, man, go to
He's
Utah.
like, man, Utah.
He's probably like, bro, he's like, bro, I'm probably the only black person in Utah.
There ain't no barbecue spots out there.
Yeah, man. No, everything you've ever known does not exist in Utah. He is not happy, bro. I don't want to be laughing. But like, bro, you're about to make millions of dollars in the NBA. Oh, no, you're in Utah.
And here's the crazy thing. If he would have just shut up and went to Philly, he would have made more money and been in a better spot. But he didn't. He's because Philly already had Maxey
Yeah.
and they already had, Paul George. He was like, no, that's too much. I don't want to play again.
Yeah.
I don't want to compete. Let me go here. Okay, cool.
But see, my thing is this though. My thing is this. This isn't how you get what you want.
No.
Right? Like he went about this all the wrong way. Like this is not how you get what you want. Now, he could still be traded later tonight. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
No trades yet, which is very interesting. But next up is the New Orleans Pelicans. Their pick is in. Who is it, Jay? Who is it?
I don't have it yet. I'm seeing some people make allusions to who it could be. One of my favorites, if it's correct, it's one of my favorites.
Who? Igor?
No, no, Rob hates him though.
Oh, look. Look, the three of us will be on stream. Don't worry. One of these days, I'm bringing Rob up here. But, I think they got to get Malach. How do you say his name?
Malawach.
Malawach.
Come on, Malawach.
Ooh, a report. ESPN's Jonathan Giovanni is reporting that Ace Bailey did not want to go to Utah, but they drafted him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, welcome to the league, big dog. You've done nothing to have a say in anything. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, brother. Utah continues to just be Utah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I was talking to people in Utah today, and it's like they said it's pretty, but there's nothing if you like hiking, Utah is your spot. You know what I'm saying? You go
I
hike
wouldn't
around.
mind that. I wouldn't mind that. I probably wouldn't want to live there, but I wouldn't mind being in there, you know.
It's in.
Yeah, the pick is in. They're still talking on my stream. But here we go. Commissioner coming out.
Oh, it is who I thought it is.
Let's see it. Did I get a notification? The pick is in. With the 7th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, New Orleans Pelicans select Jeremiah Fears. Okay. How does that... Okay, before we get into who Jeremiah Fears is, how does this work with DeJounte Murray? Do they keep him or do they trade him?
I think they keep DeJounte. They're different types of players. DeJounte is more of a defensive, player more so than pure offense, and then Fears is a scoring. He's a scorer, not a shooter. A scorer and a facilitator.
I like Jeremiah Fears. I think he definitely the dog that they need. I like the way he plays. He plays the right way. But go ahead and tell the people about Jeremiah Fears. Who is he? What does he bring? How does this help New Orleans and why they pick him? Go ahead.
Well, Jeremiah. So people also don't understand. Jeremiah Fears is another player that reclassified up so that he could get into the league early. Because his brother is Jeremy Fears, was also the point guard that played alongside of Jace Richardson in MSU,
Wow.
which a lot of people don't know.
Okay.
But so Jeremiah is point guard from Oklahoma, 6'2.5" tall, 179.6 pounds, 6.5, 6.5 and a quarter wingspan. So 6 foot, 5 1/4 wingspan, 36.5-inch vertical, 8 foot, 2.5-inch standing reach. Now, last year for Oklahoma, he averaged 17.1 points per game on 43.4% efficiency. 43.4% efficiency. Now, from the three, he averaged 28.4. So that's always been a concern for a guard, especially a point guard. He also averaged 4.1 rebounds a game, 4.1 assists per game,
Not bad.
1.6 steals, and 0.1 blocks.
He's defense.
But the thing is, so he's quick, he's shifty, he's good at changing speeds. Great at getting to the rim. Great finisher. He's a very creative finisher. People always talk about like his package. He has a great layup package. He's also can finish above the rim. His comps are John Wall, Devin Harris, Jaden Ivey, Doc Rivers, and Scoot Henderson. So it's a wide range. I know Doc Rivers. It threw me off. I saw Doc Rivers in their comps. I was like, that threw me off.
Rivers. All right. No, that's actually really good. Yeah, he's definitely a scoring guard. Definitely somebody that can help the Pelicans. And I like what the Pelicans look like on paper. They just got to get it to work, and that's their biggest issue. I mean, they like and again, they have good players and they've had good players. What we just saw, Dyson Daniels, he got traded from New Orleans. We have Najee Marshall. They still have Herb Jones, Zion. They just got Jordan Poole. They have DeJounte Murray whenever he comes back. They got oh boy, I can't never remember his name. Trey Murphy. So it's going to be interesting. Now, Brooklyn is up next. Do we get this pick? Or I feel like this is their highest pick. You use it, maybe trade your later picks.
Nah, like I said, the only way we don't have enough to get 8. Like I said, if you trade PJ, you might get 19. You're not getting 8.
Man.
Oh, I've heard all kind of dumb things. Like I said, I heard the one I heard earlier today, which I thought was real funny, was um, Phoenix trading what's his face, Beal to Brooklyn for as well as the 2 first-round picks this year. For them to absorb him, basically, just to get him to absorb Beal's contract, and then they stretch away Beal and Brooklyn, which would give Brooklyn what 7 first-round picks then.
Yeah. Yeah. What are they going to do with them all? It's like,
But
OKC, what are you going to do with them? It's funny
yeah,
how this is the draft, which has been the deepest in years. Several teams have multiple picks. It's like, man, y'all were not. I mean, having foresight is hard. Hard to look that far ahead, but it's like, man, this draft, people did not think that this would, be this deep. But someone in the chat was asking earlier, why does each team get 5 minutes in case you get calls? I'm pretty sure every team that goes up before they pick are getting calls for their pick, trades. They're listening to all the offers. They have who they want, and if that player's gone, they have others, like they have mock boards, and they list their most desired pick all the way to their least desired pick. But they have 5 minutes to discuss any trades if a team calls them. The first 3 picks, I think, were in before the timer even started because it was a no-brainer. But after that, you got to do your due diligence. Expect the Brooklyn Nets to run the clock every time. But also, Jay, who would the Nets pick? Who do they need? Are they keeping Cam Johnson? Are they keeping Cam? Who's the one? Cam Thomas? Are they keeping Nick Claxton? Like, I don't know what Brooklyn's doing.
Yeah, I don't know.
They have the 8th, 19th, 26th, 27th. I think we can get their 26th pick. And if we can somehow steal Walter Clayton Jr., man, look.
If they do that, like I said, I was trying to create a graphic with Nico with a chef hat on.
Say again?
I said I was trying to make a graphic with Nico with a chef hat on, because if he does that, Nico's cooking.
Cooking. Hey. Look, really quick, and I don't mean to ruffle nobody's feathers, but an honest question. Are we ever allowed to say good job, Nico? Am I allowed to give him praise and props? He's not gonna not everything he does will be bad. You know what I mean? No. Am I allowed to say good job?
I want Walker, but I want him to shave his head. Who?
Walker? From the Jazz? Walker Kessler?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who y'all talking about?
I have no idea.
Do they mean Walter Clayton Jr.?
Oh, Walter Clayton Jr.? I honestly...
They said Walker. I'm like, who's Walker?
I have no idea, but the Brooklyn Nets pick is in, so I'll come up soon. Young Lightskin said, I'll do it. Good job, Nico. Look, I will say he's done a good job. With the deal with Gafford and Kyrie, good job.
Yeah.
You didn't lose Kyrie and didn't let the Lakers steal Gafford. Good job. But I still don't like the Luka trade.
No. And you could say that. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, we move forward. Again, let's show Cooper some love, man. Let's show him some love. All love. Positivity. Nico is not cooking. Nico's lucky. Nico is lucky. My dad actually tried to say, come on, Marcel. Come on. He got you, Cooper Flagg. He ain't give me nothing. He gave me heartburn and pain. He ain't give me nothing. He ain't give me Cooper Flagg. This man made me cry.
No, he didn't get you Cooper Flagg, so I don't give him credit for Cooper Flagg.
No.
And y'all stop thanking TGK. TGK coming in.
For Cooper Flagg, he gets no credit. For the Gafford contract, for Kyrie's contract, sure. Cooper Flagg, no. But they say they need playmaker in depth.
They made the select. They made the pick.
All right, here we go. It's coming in.
I just saw it.
My dog.
Pull him up.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select. Wow, Yegor Demon.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Jay, before we talk about Yegor Demon and who he is, why would Brooklyn select him?
I don't. Well, do they have? So unless you're going to keep Cam Johnson, maybe that's the thing. Maybe they're going to keep Cam Johnson and need someone to set the table.
It's very, very interesting because they pretty much just drafted Luka Doncic.
Well, Luka that can't shoot yet.
Luka with no shot. Luka with no jumper. But
Oh, he took the hat off the table?
but do they need a guard?
Yeah. Who's their point guard?
I don't know. It's
Their point,
Brooklyn. I can't tell you who's their coach. It's Brooklyn.
who was a point guard last year?
I don't know who's the point guard this year. See, it's Brooklyn. I don't know.
That guy. What's his name?
We can look it up. I mean,
The guy we talked about him earlier. I forgot his name though.
Cam. Who?
But D'Lo was a point guard, wasn't he?
He's unrestricted free agent.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So they don't have a point guard.
So they don't. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool. All right, tell us about Yegor. Who is Brooklyn getting? Is it Russia Luka? Is this Russia Luka?
No.
Oh,
because Yegor can't shoot.
Ah.
But Yegor is a 6'8.25", 200-pound, 6'10.25" wingspan having pure point guard. And some people say he's a small forward or a point forward because he's tall, which Luka was tall, which I don't understand why people act like you can't have a tall point guard. But he's the best passer. I think he's the best pure passer in this draft. And so that's the thing. He's got an 8'9.5" standing reach. Last year he averaged for BYU. He averaged 10.6 points a game on 41.2% from the field. He shot 27.3% from three. Although he did real good during the shooting drills at the combine. He actually was in the top third of the shooting drills at the combine, which kind of impressed everybody because I know his stock shot up because people were thinking he was going to go around 14 to 20 until he stepped in and did that. So he showed he could shoot. But like I said, he also averaged 4 rebounds per game, 5.5 assists per game, 1.2 steals, 0.4 blocks. His comps are Josh Giddey and Sean Livingston. But
that's actually really good.
Oh yeah, because I think he could be one of those walking triple-double type people.
Now hold on, if your comp is Sean Livingston, shouldn't you be like the greatest mid-range shooter of all time?
Yeah, I mean, I was playing Sean Livingston in 2K the other night.
Never missed a single mid-range.
Hey, I like Sean Livingston. I thought I loved it when he was in Golden State. I think he was criminally underrated. Okay. But the thing is, so he's got a real high IQ. He's the best passer in the draft. Like I said, if you ever watch any of his highlights, he's one that will pass in traffic. And they also said that one of the things is he has a real high velocity on his passes. So he's not one that's kind of timid. He'll get the ball where it needs to go at perfect timing, and he'll do the nutmeg thing. He'll pass between your legs, to get to the guy on the other side of you. He's fearless when it comes to that, and he's excellent. He just has to work on his shooting because he's a below-average shooter for the season. He got better throughout the season, but like I said, he just was not. He didn't impress.
Yeah. People saying D'Lo in the chat. Oh, don't worry, it's coming. But someone said Najee is Sean Livingston. Najee is Sean Livingston. Floater never missed. That Najee Marshall floater is really nice, really really nice. I trust that man's floater with my life, Jay. I trust Najee's floater with my life. I'll play Russian roulette with Najee's floater. That's how much I trust it. But up next is the Toronto Raptors, and if you've been, and you, Jay, as well as everybody else in the chat, if you've been keeping up with the Toronto Raptors in the last week, they were really adamant on giving up that pick for somebody. There was news that they were willing to give it up for Kevin Durant. Weird. And
they also were trying to go to get
Derrick White. Saw that today.
And before that, they were trying to get
Domantas Sabonis,
Giannis.
Malik
Giannis
Monk. Like, what? And then Cam Thomas from Brooklyn. So it's really, really interesting with what it is Toronto is doing. And for those that don't know, I say it enough, I grew up a Toronto Raptors fan. I've watched Toronto my whole life. However, I will say the last year and a half, I've kind of checked out. Not sure what they're doing over there. I root for them. That's my childhood team. But even now, I don't know what they need. I don't know what they want. They were not a good team, so it's like you're not in any position to get somebody and compete. It's not like when they won the championship and then all they added was Kawhi Leonard and they won. You're not in that same position. You have no foundation. So who do they draft? Is it Noah Asenge? Because I heard he likes Toronto apparently, and he's still available. Or Malawak? Is that his name?
Who, Malawak?
Yeah, Common Malawak. Yeah, I heard he might be selected as well. But the Toronto Raptors have 30 seconds. But CB said, so again, I repeat, is Igor just the Nets getting Ben Simmons again? Probably a A Ben Simmons who won't give up on you, who won't quit.
Less fragile emotionally than Simmons.
I ain't gonna lie to you. If I told you that Ben Simmons will play 40 games for the Dallas Mavericks and not get hurt, would you get him for the MLE?
No, because he can't shoot.
You don't need him to shoot.
Yeah, you do.
I need facilitation and defense.
We also need shooting.
I got shooters.
We don't need
I got Udas. I got Udas.
Besides Clay and the guy that everybody wants to
Max
trade in the Hardy, who else you got? Max Christie, he's good when those other shooters.
He's the
with
second
him.
coming of Kobe Bryant, bro. He's the disciple of the Black Mamba.
Okay.
Ooh, come on, man. I also got Cooper Flagg. Knocking him down. PJ shot like 38% last year.
Who may or may not be here.
Stop it. Stop. See, there you go. You want everybody gone.
That's not true. Oh, I forgot. Who's that?
You wanted Dwight Powell gone.
I'm trying to figure out who this guy is on screen.
I don't know, but the pick is in, so we'll see.
I know.
Young Lightsky said, Big J, PJ ain't going nowhere. I don't want him to.
Look, so here's the thing. People think I hate. I lived in Frisco when PJ was in school. My kids were in high school at the same time PJ was in high school. I don't hate PJ. So don't think that I hate. I actually want PJ to get all his money that he can get. So that's what it is.
Well, PJ's my guy. And I'm very, very excited for the future. That is PJ. But do you know what Toronto needs?
Well, so it's weird. Who I'm seeing that they might pick doesn't make sense.
I feel like they're going to draft wrong. And then probably try to make a trade.
I'm thinking so. They're about to announce it now.
Here we go. Let's see. The pick is in. All right, Commissioner, come up and speak to us. They say they need rim protector and availability. So what's it going to be? Malwalk?
Yeah, they made a mistake.
What do you mean? Hold on. Here we go.
I don't know.
With the 9th pick, the 2025 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Colin Murray Boyles. Huh?
Yeah.
Why? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to say this isn't like, you know, a good pick, but like, why for Toronto? Again, Colin Murray Boyles is a good player. He deserves to be drafted around this pick, but maybe not for this team. Can tell me about Colin Murray Boyles before we really try to understand what Toronto's doing? Because are they going to trade him?
No. Okay, so Colin Murray Boyles is a 6'6.5" power forward / center. He's 239 pounds, so he's solid, strong. He's got a 7 foot and a 3/4 wingspan, 34.5 inch vertical, 8'10" in standing reach. Last year averaged 16.8 points a game on 58.6% shooting. Shot 26.5% from three on one attempt a game. So not really good, not high percentage, not high usage. He had 8.3 rebounds a game, 2.4 assists per game, 1.5 steals per game, and 1.3 blocks per game. So
great defender, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So, but here's the problem: he's undersized, and in college he's able to bully.
The NBA.
And so the comps are Danny Fortson, Anthony Mason, Draymond Green. And everybody keeps thinking that he'll be the next Draymond Green. And I'm like, but Draymond is also an amazing passer, and because he's also an undersized center, but he's an amazing facilitator. And I don't see that in Colin Murray Boyles. Like I said, I think he'll be able to be good on defense. His strengths, he's strong, great in the mid post and corners, good footwork. He can get by slower defenders, but like I said, he's an undersized tweener, and he lacks the ability to stretch the floor. And in the modern NBA, if you're a 6'7", 6'6.5" inch power forward center, you're going to get bullied in the paint.
You have to be strong.
You're strong.
You have to be strong.
He's strong.
Yeah.
But you can. I mean, we could throw Cooper is going to be able to tower over him. You know what I mean? And so that's going to be my concern with him is if you can't stretch the floor, what can he do?
So they drafted Draymond,
who can't pass.
I love my Raptors. I do. I don't understand my Raptors. Maybe they trade him?
Like I said, I don't get it. That's what's throwing me off because I'm like, and you already got what's his name? Who's the Barnes? Who's I don't know. Is that his mother?
Somebody in the chat said that he's pretty much a worse Scotty Barnes.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't know. I'm tweeting. I said Toronto don't make any sense. I just don't get it. I wasn't going to tweet during the draft, but I got to get that off because, like, what? Oh, I mean, congratulations for getting drafted. Like, again, this isn't against Colin Murray Boyles. If anything, if I'm Toronto, I'm embracing them as always, and I'm already thinking of cool nicknames, right? You call me Young Money. Why? Because YMCMB. Because it is initials CMB, Young Money, Cash Money, Billionaires, baby. Yeah, baby. So yeah, get that boy Young Money, CMB. Cash Money. Anyway, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't get Toronto. And they just showed Kevin Durant for whatever reason. Oh, because the Rockets. So up next is the Rockets. Who are they getting? What do they need? They just got Kevin Durant. They lost Dylan Brooks and
no, the Rockets
Jalen
aren't
Green.
up. That pick is traded. Didn't
Phoenix. I'm sorry. Phoenix is up. Yeah. So Phoenix is up.
Yeah.
So what they finna do?
Oh, they could get a center.
Yeah, because they ain't really got none. Maybe they get Malawak.
Malawak or Queen. I mean, I think they probably go for Queen because he'd be the flashier scorer, but they could also go for a point guard. You never know because they don't have a true. I mean, they got 2 lead guards, but I mean, and you could possibly put Booker at the point guard. I've heard that, so I don't know what they're gonna do.
Well, they got a bunch of shooting guards, so you know they ain't gonna draft another one. I don't know. It's really interesting. I mean, last season, I called it. I said the Phoenix Suns are going to be a poverty franchise this upcoming season. I was laughed at. People say, you don't know ball. You see a team with KD, Bradley Beal, and Booker, you say poverty? Yeah, because prior to trading Kevin Durant, they had no picks in this draft. They also didn't make the play-in or playoffs. So they were doing nothing all season long. And what they were doing was spending $150 million on 3 players, one which you can't trade right now. Because it's Bradley Beal. But anyway, maybe they do draft a wing to then trade Bradley Beal. I don't know. But Phoenix got a whole lot of work to do, and the front office should honestly do what's best for the organization. I know you want to do right by these players. Unfortunately, Bradley Beal does have a trade clause in his contract, a no trade clause, so he has to agree to wherever he goes, which sucks. But when you look at the Boston Celtics, man, they did not care where you want to go. Oh, you were already traded to Portland once? All right, then you're familiar with them. Drew, go back. KP, you're going to Atlanta. We're out the second apron. Let's move.
And the thing is, they did have an option, and there was talk about them buying him out, but I hear that there may be a hiccup because...
We have a trade. We have a trade. We have a trade. We have a trade. Breaking news, we have a trade between the Charlotte Hornets and the Phoenix Suns. The Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the 29th pick tonight and a 2029 first-round pick. Phoenix is getting their assets back.
There you go.
That's crazy. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They gave up assets. Oh.
Yeah, they gave up the 29th pick. Yeah,
they gave up 2 firsts for Mark Williams?
For a center.
All right.
Not bad.
So, but they still have this current pick right now, though.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
They still got 2. So they go get a point guard then.
Okay. I ain't mad at that.
Welcome,
I don't know what Hornets are doing. Maybe they draft the center.
Probably. Do they have another pick? Do the Hornets have another pick? I forget.
I don't think so. But the Rockets pick is in, so we should hear shortly.
We could trade them Dwight Powell.
They said par for the course for Charlotte.
Hey, we could trade them Dwight Powell.
I'll trade Dwight Powell for the 29th pick. Hey, he's on an expiring deal. That's $4 million off the books next year. Come on now.
That's what I'm saying. That's smart. That's a smart business.
Hey, man. All right, so Phoenix, now that they have a center, are they still drafting Malawak?
I wouldn't. Well, it depends because you could draft Malawak and they'd have because didn't Mark Williams go to Duke? Isn't he a Dookie? Let's see.
They should get Derek Queen. Here we go. The pick is in.
Come on, Malawak. Yeah. Why does he look so like he's crying?
With the 10th pick of the 2025 NBA Draft, Houston Rockets select Kamal Malawak. He looks...
You are murdering his name.
Come on, Malawak. I ruined it. Is he okay?
He was crying. He
Oh,
was
okay.
crying. I was like,
All right. I don't know if he was upset or what.
I think he's just happy it's done. But he
I
was
want to
crying.
hear
Like,
his
I know.
story. I want to hear his story because I feel like there's something there. Because I
Yeah,
haven't really seen anybody cry yet.
well, you got to understand. Well, he only started playing basketball 4 years ago.
Oh,
He
so he's
was in
like
that
Pascal Siakam.
he was in that basketball. Was it international
Was it Giants
basketball
of
campaign?
Africa?
That's the
I know.
that sounds like a
I'm like I don't know this man. I'm just we have many outreach programs, so I thought that was one of them.
no. I forgot what I think it's NBA Academy. He was in
Okay.
NBA Academy.
Okay. He's from South Sudan. Yo, shout. Yo, okay. I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
Yo,
they
shout
said
out
he
to
used to
him.
walk. Yeah, they said he used to walk 45 minutes to go play basketball. That was the closest court was a 45-minute
Yep.
walk.
They don't have indoor gyms out there. They're all outdoor. This
Yeah.
is huge. This is huge. I get it. That's awesome.
So I get sham asleep.
No, that's
Uh,
awesome. No, I'm really happy for him, man. Him and his family. 45 minutes in Sudan. That's huge. And we saw what that team did in the Olympics, right? So, and my boy moved the world, yeah.
so,
Ramsey
so
just said
that
he's
pick
gonna
is
mess with his
going
story. Yeah.
to Phoenix, is what we were expecting. So if they got him and if they got, yeah, they would have a nice center rotation.
So my question is, he was selected by the Rockets. So did the Rockets make the selection, or was it Phoenix?
I think it's Phoenix's pick, but I think they couldn't complete this. That this had to be done because they couldn't trade back to backs. So I think they included it, but I think that's one of the things like it couldn't be a back to back trade scenario. So they had to take the pick and then trade him.
Oh, okay, I got you. Because I was about to say, I would have just drafted some bum and said, "Here you go, Phoenix. Thanks for KD."
Yeah,
Could they do that? I'm just wondering.
I think you could probably rescind the trade because until it's done, it's done.
Oh, I guess you could rescind the trade. Yeah. All right. Tell me about Kaman Malawak.
So he is the center from Duke. Played alongside our boy Cooper Flagg and Con Kneppel. He is 7 foot, 7 foot and 3/4 inches tall, 252.8 pounds. So nice solid weight. Not a lightweight. Doesn't need to gain anymore. 7 foot 6 and 3/4 wingspan, 30-inch vertical, 9 foot 6 inch standing reach. Which, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. So he's got the second highest standing reach behind Rudy Gobert, and he's 1 inch higher than what's his name? Wendy.
That's
Wemby.
crazy. Wait, he's an inch tall or shorter than Wemby?
No, his standing reach.
Oh, his
So his
standing
standing
reach.
reach is
That's
is 1 inch.
insane.
It's 1 inch behind Rudy Gobert and 1 inch above Wemby. So he's the second highest in the NBA.
Hey, that's pretty good. And Young Lights in the chat saying Mark Williams and Malawak make sense. They're trying to copy the Mavs. We're trendsetters. I said it multiple times on so many videos. The double big man lineup is what is going to be working moving forward. I said that so many times, and that's why you don't trade Gafford.
Or here's the other thing: because we know that Robert Williams is injury prone, it's good to have Malawak as well. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, for sure, for sure. And I just thought of something. You know, he's from Sudan. You're going to feel right at home in Phoenix, big dog. It's hot.
I lived there for 2 years and it was miserable. But
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I'd be angry every day. Like, I want to punch somebody, but I can't because it's the heat. I can't punch the sun.
Nah. I mean, we grew up in Louisiana, so we already know.
See, that's different, though. I can deal with Louisiana weather.
Anyway, so look, he averaged he averaged 8.6 points a game on 71.2% from the field. So he's got those Gafford Lively type efficiency numbers in the paint. 25% from three. Didn't take a lot of threes. 6.6 rebounds a game, 0.5 assists. So he's a black hole. 0.2 steals and 1.3 blocks per game. His comps are Derrick Lively II, Jacob Pertl, and Kaleo Ware.
First of all, we're going to put some respect on Jakob Pertl. Jacob. All right.
Same thing.
That's my guy. But
if you can call him Cayman Maluki.
Cayman Malawak. I say, come on, shut up. Anyway, Ronnie in the chat said we also brought back Kai Jones the other day. We did not bring back Kai Jones. There's interest. He's not back yet. He cannot be brought on a two-way. It would have to be a standard NBA contract. So we'll have to wait and see. But no, I'm really happy for him and his family. You said he had to walk, he would walk 45 minutes to play ball. And from what I know of Sudan, their basketball scene, it's all outdoor gyms. They have no facilities.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm really happy for him. And again, just because they're African, it's not why I'm saying this. However, I wonder if Joel Embiid's going to reach out to him. Our African players in the NBA do have like a little brotherhood. Like they do talk. I know like Pascal and Joel Embiid, both being from Cameroon, I know they have a working relationship. No, but that's awesome, man. I'm really happy for him.
Shams,
there's another trade.
There's a ShamWow.
Yep, there's a trade. The Portland Trailblazers are trading Cedric Coward at number 11 to the Memphis Grizzlies. Cedric Coward, is that a... Did they draft him and then trade him?
Yeah, he'd be a draft and trade, yeah.
Okay. My stream must be behind because I haven't seen it on...
It's not. It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah,
okay. It's about to be the pick.
Okay. That's awesome. That's awesome. 3 Duke players drafted so far. 1st, 4th, and 10th.
Well,
the number 11th pick is being traded from the Portland Trailblazers to the Memphis Grizzlies. And so the Grizzlies are going to select Coward.
Yeah.
All right. How much do you know about this guy?
About Coward? A lot.
Go ahead, tell the people while they get to it. We can just jump on that right now.
See, I didn't do one on Cedric. I didn't prepare one, but I've watched so much stuff on Cedric. So Cedric is an unusual situation. Cedric was a D3 player originally, and actually he was in the process of reclassifying because he missed all of last season. He only played 6 games last season. Who?
Cedric?
Cedric Howard?
Hold on. You see my screen. Is this the right?
That's Malawak. That's Malawak.
Hold on. This right
That's
here.
Cedric Howard.
You
That's
look like
Cedric
Mo
Howard.
Bamba. You look like Mo Bamba. Chat, you look like Mo Bamba in this picture?
I mean, does he have that song by Shaq West?
Well. Okay, so yeah, the Rockets are trading the rights to Phoenix for Kamal Malawak. Cool. You know, with the 11th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Portland Trail Blazers, Cedric Coward. But he's going to Memphis, though.
Correct.
So I should probably change that. This is interesting. Yep. So, help me, Jay, because I don't pay enough attention to the draft. They traded before it was even announced. So it was like, hey, so was it like kind of already said, hey, yeah, you select him and I'll trade you?
Yeah, it was one of those where they already worked the deal. Like we talked about, like I was trying to tell people, just like with the Mavericks are working on multiple contingencies. That's usually what they do. You'll have deals where if this guy's here, we'll take him at this point and we'll trade you this. So they have a package ready to go if somebody falls, so they just pull the trigger. Okay. And that's probably what they did. They were ready to pull the trigger already, and they were like, hey, if Cedric Howard goes here, because they know they wanted him. Okay. But to answer who he is, he's got a unique story. So Cedric Howard, like I said, is a D3 player. He played at at Washington State. But last year he he only played the first 6 games because he went out with a shoulder injury. So he was expected to reclassify. I mean, he was expected to go into the transfer portal to go to Duke next year. But because he showed up at the combine and did so well at the combine, he was excellent shooting at the combine, and his workouts, they ended up he started getting a lot of buzz, and so he shot up the draft boards. And so they said there was another college coach at the combine who was complaining because they were like, "Why are y'all taking this guy?" Because he's a prototypical 3-and-D wing. He is he measures 6'5" and a quarter and weighs 213, so good size. He's older. He's 21.8 years old, so he's about to be 22 years old. He has a 7'2" and a third wingspan. So yeah, positive wingspan. Last year averaged 17.7 points a game, 7 rebounds, 3.7 assists on 40% from the 3. So and that's been the thing. He's excellent. He's a true 3-and-D.
Yeah.
Big hands, long arms, very physical, good strength. And like I said, because he can stretch the floor, his comparisons are Josh Richardson, Ayo DeSumo, Jeremy Grant.
Okay. Jeremy Grant, I like that.
But yeah, like I said, he was not supposed to be in the draft. Like he was expected to go. He was in the transfer portal going to Duke, is what they're showing on screen now.
He must have really impressed somebody.
He did.
Yeah.
A lot of teams wanted the teams because he was expecting. When he went to the combine, he was expected to go at the beginning of the second round, and then through his workouts, he started moving up. Then so by the end of the combine, they had him predicted around 20, and then he kept going up because people started bidding on it. Basically, they were competing for him.
Interesting. Now, what are the Grizzlies sending for Cedric Howard? We have the report. The Grizzlies are sending tonight's number 16th pick, a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando, and 2 seconds for Colin. I'm sorry, for Cedric Howard.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually kind of pricey. They really want this guy.
They did because they knew.
Is he going to replace John Morant? Or is he replacing Desmond Bane?
I think he's replacing Bane. But he's a Bane with actual arms, with no T-Rex arms.
Desmond Bane! Yes. For 3!
The Velociraptor, the T-Rex.
Okay, I like that. Hey, shout out to him. That's what I call working hard for what you have. Because again, if he wasn't supposed to be this high up, he was committed to Duke to go back. But bet on yourself and it pays off. That's awesome. That's awesome. But we got a commercial. What, they did the first 11? Well, it's not a commercial. We got 2 minutes till the Chicago Bulls. All right, cool.
Oh, they said the pick is in. Pick is in for Chicago.
Oh, all right, cool. About to happen soon. Yep, pick is in. My foot hurts. Golly, I have not streamed in a while. My body's not used to sitting down for so long. I'm not ready. I got to stretch. I should have stretched. But anyway, no, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So far in this draft, what pick besides Cooper to Dallas has been your favorite for a team? I would have to say this right here. From what you told me, from all I've seen, I like this pick. Cedric, shout out to him. Or Kamon Malawak. I like that one too.
So I like, because like I said, now them having the 2 centers, because I don't think they're doing a true double big like we have. Like we actually can do triple bigs. I think they want to have, like I said, the ability to have 48 minutes of a solid center that can rim run, shot block, all that. Because that's what, like I said, Kamala is basically a Derrick Lively starter kid, and then the funny thing was that's what Robert Williams was as well. He was Derrick Lively. He was better. He was the guy who was playing in front of Derrick Lively when Derrick Lively was there.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Now, which pick did you laughed at, you hated, or was it like a good pick? I'll say Toronto. That was a head scratcher.
Murray Boyles.
I'm like,
they confused me to no end.
Like, what are y'all doing? But,
people bought in on the hype, and I don't understand that. Because he kept projecting. There's another one that's going to go high, and that's going to be Carter Bryant. I'm sure he'll probably be in the next few picks. But if you see his stats, it makes no sense. Now I'm surprised because Sparos Yakachonis hasn't gone yet too. He's the third point guard, so he should be going fairly soon.
We have a trade.
But who's that now?
We have a trade. The Atlanta Hawks are trading the number 13th pick in the draft to New Orleans for the number 23, an unprotected 2026 round pick, most favorable. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. I gotta look at.
It's a pick swap then. Okay.
Hold on. I'm getting all these. My Twitter is like broken. All right. Did Shams delete it? No, here we go. The Atlanta Hawks are trading the number 13th pick in the draft to the New Orleans Pelicans for the number 23rd pick and an unprotected 2026 first round pick, most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee. So they traded down.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they do that?
Well, there may not be anybody there that they want specifically.
Now, why would the Pelicans trade up?
I think they want to go get another player.
So they already drafted a point guard.
Oh, maybe they'll go get Derek Queen.
Derek Queen, yeah. Or, yeah. Ooh, I bet they do. But what is Chicago finna do? Because they have Kobe White. They have Josh Giddey. We heard that they were going to trade Lonzo Ball or, oh my gosh, I can't think.
They also need a center, though.
Yeah, well, Vucevic is not cutting it for him. But they said that they were going to trade either Kobe White or Lonzo before the 12th pick. And it doesn't look like they are. All right, so Cooper Flagg says the dinner with the Mavericks included PJ, Max Christie, Dwight Powell, Najee Marshall. I knew Dwight Powell was there. Dwight Powell is always there whenever the team has an event. Always.
That's because there's free food.
No, it's because Dwight Powell's great. He's just a good guy. Like I could put money that Dwight Powell was there. I knew that.
I know he's a good guy. I'm just saying as a basketball player. The fact that you want him to be able to play basketball as a basketball player.
Man, did the Heat need old man, what's his name, for the last 5 years of his career to play basketball? No.
Okay. We need all 15 spots to be productive. Oh, it's in.
All right, here we go. It's in. All right, see it.
Okay. I got you.
Let's hear it. Commissioner,
I,
hurry up, walk.
he already
Faster.
said it. I know it.
With the 12th pick, the Chicago Bulls select Noah Essengay. I thought he would be their pick, but I really did think Derek Queen was going to be the one. Why would they pick Noah? Jay?
I mean,
Noah
he's.
Essengay.
I guess we can't trade PJ to the Bulls then.
Thank God.
So, because Noah Sengay is one of those that everybody fell in love with early on, he's French. He's a French big. He's 6'10". I believe he's the second youngest. I believe. I think he's 3 days older than Cooper Flagg.
Flagg, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a small forward, power forward, 6'10", 204 pounds, 7'1" wingspan, 9 foot 2 inch standing reach. Last year for Ratio Farm which is a German team, he plays alongside Ben Suraf. The point guard that should probably also go sometime toward the end of the draft. He averaged 12.4 points a game on 56% from the field, 29.4% from three, but his three-point shooting came up during the year. Averaged 5.3 rebounds, 1.1 assists, 1.4 steals, 0.6 blocks a game. His comps have been like Al-Farouq Amino, Tayshaun Prince, and Bilal Coulibaly.
Those are all players that had high potential, but didn't really pan out.
I mean, Al-Farouq Amino had a pretty good stint when he was here. I mean, he was a fan.
That was our Dwight Powell.
Why you hate on Al-Farouq Amino?
I mean, you want to hate on Dwight Powell.
Tayshaun Prince, pretty good. I mean,
he was good. He was good.
But so his strengths, fluid movement, plays through contact, even though he is real light, needs to put on some weight, as you can tell. But he can also defend 2 through 5 with his height and length. Weakness, still developing as a scorer, lacks strength, does not consistently take shots from 3-point range.
Okay. All right. Young Lightskin in the chat said, I don't know. I'm a massive Noah skeptic. I think he's too raw, unpolished, and uncoordinated to translate well. He's got to develop well and expand his game to really excel, just like you said. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's fine. I mean, he's young, right? But I think that also just speaks volumes to how good Cooper Flagg is. They're both same age, pretty much. One is less polished than the other. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying. But we got Atlanta on the clock, which this pick is going to be going to New Orleans, actually. Very, very interesting. So
that's why I think this could be a Derek Queen pick.
It's got to be. It's got to be him because I don't think there's any other good centers or, any other big men better than him. And that's what they need. It's interesting. So we'll see. But yeah, all right. So Noah Sengay, not too bad. What does this mean for the Bulls, though?
I mean, they still need to go get their center.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Bulls got a lot of work to do. But the pick is in for Atlanta, which is going to New Orleans. Yep. I don't know what. I'll have to pull up the trading because I'm not sure what goes to Atlanta. I think. Oh, they got the 26th pick. I think they're going back 10 spots.
Yeah.
Okay. I really wish they had someone else other than Kendrick Perkins. Because I really do feel like they're feeding him these lines to say. There's no way he knows all of this about all these players.
Well, you see he's got the earpiece in.
Oh, yeah. They're telling him.
They're feeding him more than lines, apparently.
I used to like Perkins. Keyword used to.
Until he opened his mouth. I did. I liked him until he started talking.
Wow. Well, all right.
Who are these guys?
I do apologize. I'm kind of going back and forth on Twitter, text messages. I got a lot going on in chat, so I do apologize. They're honoring some people right now.
Okay, so I'm looking. Oh, Cooper, Clifton, and Lloyd. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I saw a thing about that.
Okay. Hey, while we wait for this pick, Jay, who's the most famous person within the Mavericks organization you've ever met?
Besides Donnie? I met Donnie. I met, what's that guy? The Dale Harris, of course. Used to be the Mavs coach, Lakers coach, Coach Kobe.
You introduced me to, oh my
Spud.
God. Spud. Oh my God. Yeah, Spud.
I met Big Smooth multiple times. I hung out with him multiple times. Sagana Jop. I met what's the guy? Nick Van Exel, Eduardo Nahara.
Okay.
I'm trying to. I met everybody. But I used to know everybody.
Yeah. Hey, chat. Check it out. Jay here used to go to barbecues at Donnie Nelson's house. This man walked up in the Mavericks locker room when they won a championship and took a picture of the trophy.
Oh, I met what's his name? Rick. Yeah,
Rick Carlisle?
Rick.
My man
I got
knows Rick
pictures with
Carlisle.
Rick. Me and Rick.
Now, have you ever met Cuban?
Never met Cuban. He's never been there when I was there.
No, that's fair.
I was in the locker room the week that Dirk got married, and I saw they had
Yeah,
shipped
that's right. Yeah, because
his
what was
African
it? Joe
stuff.
Flacco that left him a jersey?
Well, no, so not the Joe Flacco. I saw the Joe Flacco. I got pictures of the Joe Flacco jersey, and I also got pictures inside OJ Mayo's locker, and also what's his name? Monte Ellis's locker when he had his little motivational stickers with all the people who hated him. He had those inside his locker. But no, but Dirk. So the week he got married, when he flew to Africa to marry what's her name? I forgot her name now. His wife. But they had the kente cloth stuff was in the it was in his locker in boxes, the stuff he had to wear for the wedding. And I was
Okay.
like, oh,
Okay. But no, that's what's up. Santiago Lozano in the chat saying, "Hey Marcel, think the Mavs are cooking up a draft night trade?" Yes, we've been in talks with Brooklyn all night, trying to take one of their 8 first-round picks. So it's going to happen. It just may not happen until like that next pick comes up. Obviously, the Nets were going to use their first pick of the night. They'll probably use their second one, but the last few they'll probably trade away.
they got 3 left.
They probably got like 5 left.
Well, they got Demon though. That's so weird.
They got 7 left, bro. All right, let's see this already. Can we get to the pick? The pick is in. Let's hear it.
It's in. I'm about to hear it now.
What pick were they? 8th is Igor Demon, 9th Murray, bro.
Oh, that's what I said.
What
That's
happened?
what I said.
What I missed?
The
Wait,
pick,
hold on. The pick is in. I need you to slow your stream down. You're too far ahead. All right, Derek Queen. There it is. With a number 13th pick going to Nolans, baby. We got Derek Queen. All right, so this is perfect for the New Orleans Pelicans. Oh, that's the wrong one. This is great for the Pelicans because they really need to stop relying on Zion at the 5. Just let him play 4. Just let him play the 4.
Yeah.
But what do you got on Derek Queen? Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
He is a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Derek Queen from Maryland, also from the DMV area.
Hey,
He's a
my guy, my
forward.
guy.
Hey, he's a power forward / center. He's 6'9" and a quarter, weight 247.8, so a little bit heavy. Wingspan 7'1.5", 28-inch vertical, 9'1" 1.5" standing reach. Last year for Maryland, he averaged 16.5 points a game on 52.6% efficiency. He shot 20% from 3, averaged 9 boards, 1.9 assists, 1.1 steals, 1.1 blocks. His comps are Zach Randolph, Boris Diaw, and Domantas Sabonis.
I like that. So he got a little stretch to him?
No, not really.
No?
But so basically what happens is he's not like a stretch 3-point shooter because you say he has a 20% 3-point shooting range, but he's great in mid-range. He can bring the ball up, and then anything inside a half court, he'll create. Like he'll go to work, put the ball on the floor, get to one of his spots, and then either pull up a mid-range shot or go into the paint and back you down.
Yeah.
But he's excellent finisher around the rim, solid rebounder, great motor, good defender for his size, soft hands for a big man, which we already know about the brick hands of Eric Dampier, as Shaq called him.
Yeah.
Although I did meet Eric Dampier at a coffee shop.
Nice. You just know everybody.
He does not have he's not a defensive anchor, although he's a good help side defender, and he's known to get like hands on loose balls. He also did play with in Mount Verde Academy with
he played
Cooper.
in high school Cooper Flagg, yeah.
But like I said, so they said he's like he'll get a finger on a tip like for a steal, and that's how he gets a lot of his steals. He'll just get a finger on an errant pass.
Active hands.
But the weird thing about him was he showed up at the combine a little out of shape, and he had the worst time in the agility drill, the second worst last time in the was it the 3/4 sprints, and I think there was another one, but
Was it Derek Queen who had the worst vertical?
He was 28 inches.
There was someone that had just a very, very bad vertical.
Well, 28 was the lowest I've seen when I was going through. I've got it here. Hold on, I've got the spreadsheet.
Bobby Marks said so. I'm not sure. All right, this is pretty recent. The 2029 first round is least favorable in Cleveland, Utah, Minnesota, 1-5 protected. Size was a problem for the Suns last season. That's why they addressed it in a big way with Williams and Kaman Malawak. As part of the trade, Charlotte is acquiring Vasile Micic. Micic was traded to Phoenix in February as part of the use of Nurkic trade. His $8.1 million team option will get exercised by Phoenix. So just a little update on some trades.
So if you ask about vertical,
Mm-hmm.
worst vertical was Bobo Glub Markovic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you heard of him before. I saw his name during the stuff, and I always thought it was a funny name. But then I saw, but so Derek Queen was the second. He tied for the second lowest vertical at 28 inches, but the lowest was 27 and a half. He was 28 inches. Him and Johnny Broom, which is another one that's weird because Johnny Broom was right behind Cooper Flagg for College Player of the Year,
Interesting.
but he's projected to go second round.
That's good though. Very interesting. Someone in the chat did ask, "Are we getting a pick?" It looked like Caleb can't remember. We are in talks with Brooklyn to get one of their first rounders. Expect everything to be last minute with the Mavericks, honestly.
Is he calling a pick?
But
Yep, they just made a pick.
yep, San Antonio's
San
in.
Antonio. He does not have a shirt on. Why does he not have a shirt on?
Who ain't got a shirt on?
Huh?
Who ain't got a shirt on?
The pick for San Antonio.
Hold on. Oh, good lord, Carter Bryant. Oh,
That's the one I just told you.
all right, Carter Bryant. Haven't really heard his name much out of Arizona. Going to, and he's a wing.
Yep. Which they need. I think maybe they'll move Sohan or something. I don't know. Oh, what's the other wing they got? It's not Keegan Murray. That's another team.
In San Antonio,
Yeah.
they got, what's the name? Sohan.
That's what I said, Sohan, but there was another guy they had that does really play. He was like a first round pick, high first round pick that didn't pan out.
I have to check. But
Yeah.
he received 29 college offers. That's very interesting. He was the number 20 recruit in 2024 ESPN Top 100. I mean, he was picked at the end of the lottery. He's a wing. Could help out San Antonio. I don't hate this pick. Carter looks like a bad pick already. I don't know. I'm not super confident, but you know, it is what it is. But we are currently out of the lottery, which means a lot more should happen now. Walter Clayton Jr. is still on the board.
Yep. And Traore.
Very, very interesting. Traore, and then who's he played with, I can't remember his name. I'm bad with names. He played with Cooper. Proctor?
Oh, Proctor's a second round pick. We project him to go second round.
We can get him. That's
Yeah.
easy.
So you want to know about Carter?
Yeah, tell me about Carter. Carter Bryant. Tell the people at home about Carter Bryant going to the San Antonio Spurs.
Small forward out of Arizona, 6'6.5" height, 214.8 pounds, 6'11.5" wingspan, 39.5" vertical, 8'10" standing reach. Last year, now here's the thing: he averaged 6.5 points per game, which you'd be like, what? But he had very low usage. He shot 46% from the field, 37.1% from three. He had 4.1 rebounds a game, 1 assist, 0.9 steals, 1 block. His comps are Marvin Williams, Kelly Oubre, Tara Eason, and Aaron Gordon.
Say Kelly Oubre.
Yep.
Okay. Not bad.
So like I said, he's a classic 3-and-D wing, low usage in college, fluid shooting mechanics, quick second jump. But like I said, his college numbers aren't impressive because he was relatively low usage.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we just need a bigger sample size to see. But for whatever reason, people are just sold on his like anthropomorphic measurements and the samples they saw of him in college. Like I said, he did not produce numbers that make you think, oh, we got to go get him. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. It's very interesting. Now the Thunder are up. Do they trade it?
So the Thunder wanted Cedric Howard. I know that was one of the ones they wanted to get.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons they wanted to trade up because they wanted to try and get Cedric Howard. Because
Well, they don't get what they want. Okay.
that's why I'm glad nobody helped them because I'm like, no, don't give them anything.
Very, very interesting. We're
The
about
pick is not in
halfway
yet.
through the first round. We're about halfway through. Hopefully it speeds up a little bit.
Yeah.
I gotta work tomorrow. I'm getting tired.
Can't be tired, old man.
Yes, I'm old, bro. I'm 30 now. They call me Unk.
What? Okay, you see this?
I'm almost there, bro. I be finding like one random gray, and I just pluck it every time. But
Well, when you add 20 years, 21 years, so I could have been drinking when you were born.
dog. Random user in the chat saying, "I love the champions drafting the top 20. It makes me so happy." Does not make me happy.
Yeah, yeah.
But they got a decision to make. They got to decide if they want to draft somebody, trade it. What are they gonna do with it? Who knows? And if
They're
I'm
gonna probably
Oklahoma,
draft.
I was Oklahoma. Who knows?
But who's that? They've already got. So that's the problem with them, though. They've already got a guy, their Topic, Nikola Topic, coming back next year, their point guard, who was hurt all year. And then they also got Usman Jang,
Yeah.
who didn't even get to play. So I'm like, they don't need anybody else. They need to be in the second apron. That's what they need.
Hey, really quick, Noah Weber just tweeted out a video of Mark Aguirre at the arena because they invited him for the watch party. Former Dallas Maverick guard and the only other #1 pick, Mark in Mavs history, Mark Aguirre, shed some tears multiple times, and Mavs fans erupt with cheers. He clearly missed Dallas over the years and is so glad they have reconnected once again after years of being separated. He said, "This is home." Says he felt separated from Dallas and he didn't know how he could get back. Says he was shocked when some current members of the organization reached out to him in a great way. That's something like that's classy. That's classy. You would know the history better than I would. Was there any bad blood between us and Mark Aguirre?
I don't
Like,
think so.
why would he feel like he was separated? Did we just never like talk to him when he was done?
So wait. So I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember if that was the one that got traded because I remember there was that whole thing with Detroit, but that was Mark Aguirre. Who was it that we traded to Detroit that won the 2 championships with him? I think he was in that trade. I'll have to go look and see.
Hmm. I mean, I love
'Cause I
it.
remember,
I mean, I love it. It said Mark Aguirre made 3 All-Star teams and averaged 24, 5, and 3 over his first 7 seasons with the Mavs. He averaged 29 and a half in his third year. That's actually insane. Mark Aguirre was a beast. Put some respect on his name. No, that's great, man. That's awesome. Now, I would say the cherry on top would be if Dirk was there, but I understand. I totally get it. Do you think we'll ever get Dirk back in the house?
I think so.
For Cooper Flagg, at least. For anything, for nothing else, for Cooper Flagg.
Okay, so yeah, Mark Aguirre is the one we traded to the Detroit Pistons, and then he went on to win the championships with Detroit. That's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah, we traded. So we traded, and that was the thing. That's what put them over the top because we traded him to Detroit in '89, and they went on to win the 2 championships.
Okay. It's interesting, man. It's just interesting. But I'm glad that he's in the house, and I'm glad that he feels the love. I'm glad the fans are showing love because they could use that moment to say, "Yeah, I'm firing Nico," but time and place. So that's
Yeah, so we traded for Adrian Dantley. We traded Mark Aguirre for Adrian Dantley.
Now, why would we do a crackhead move like that?
I don't know. He was also one of the league's top scorers. So
Who?
Dantley,
Well, what did he do for us?
you know, he's 70 years old, man.
Yes, the Mavs are somewhat of an old organization.
Well, no, I mean Dantley is 70 years old.
Oh, hey, hold on. Is this a real?
What?
All right, so they got Colin Murray Boyle's reaction to being drafted by Toronto. He said the F bomb on camera.
Really? He was not happy.
Yo, Toronto, you cook, dog. Y'all don't know what y'all doing. He was like, oh man. Bruh, that is hilarious. I gotta send it to Raptors Digest right now. This is too funny, bro.
Oh, you saw that? Somebody asked Cooper Flagg if he thought it was if there was a conspiracy to get him. Oh, the pick is in.
All right, pick is in for Oklahoma.
Yep. I get it.
Oklahoma Thomas Sorber from Georgetown, a guard. Now, why would
No, he's
they
not a
do
guard.
that?
He's not a guard.
I'm sorry, center. I'm tripping. Center. Why? I'm like, yeah, I looked at this tall man and said, yeah, you're a guard. His mama dang near his height, unless you wearing heels.
I'm sure she is. She's
But,
in house shoes.
hold on. They're talking about his story. His mother, Tanae, from Liberia. She escaped the Liberian Civil War. I love it. His father passed away. I love it. I love hearing stories like that, bro. His father was a soccer player. Wow. Thomas Sorver going to the Oklahoma Thunder. Okay, hey, tell me about him. He averaged 14 points, 53%, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks a game last year.
1.5 steals, too.
Yeah, defense.
Yeah. But he's, 6'9" and a quarter, barefoot, 262.8 pounds. So he's a solid boy. 19 and a half, relatively young, 7 foot 6 inch wingspan. But like I said, he's just a good all around big man. They, like I said, often compare him to Kevin Looney, Al Horford. But he's not. Trace Jackson, David Wendell Carter Jr. So he's a skilled big, not like fantastic,
6'9" big.
Well, that's barefoot, so
he's like a
6'11". He probably 6'11", yeah,
Okay.
6'10", 6'11".
He's got a good touch around the rim, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, 54% is really good.
No, I've always heard he's about.
Can he space?
I don't believe. Let me see.
Good shot blocker. No, that's good.
Because he's one I didn't have all his numbers.
But Young Lightskin said good, or who said it? Yeah, Young Lightskin said Sorber is the future when they can't afford Hart, which is smart. That's smart. Because you can easily let him walk. Jason Walker is still available. Jace Richardson.
Yeah, Jace Richardson probably going to go around 20-ish. We figured 20-ish.
Does he come to Dallas?
Oh, yeah, no, Sorber cannot space. He's 16.2% from 3.
Oh, he ain't spacing nothing.
No, sir. Well, they say spacing. He's not a spacer. All right.
It's modern NBA. So we got Memphis up next. They've made some moves already. Do they keep this pick or trade it?
Probably keep it. I think they need depth because they don't really have a lot of stuff going on. Oh, look, it's Cooper Flagg.
Cooper Flagg. That Coop Skywalker. Any other point guards still available besides Walter? Traore,
Casper Shakachunas.
Casper, yeah. Proctor.
Yeah, well, Proctor, like I said, he's not going to go tonight, I don't think. If he goes tonight, something's wrong. There's a few of them.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt us if we just picked him early. Like, if we get the pick, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Yeah, they're talking to Coop right now. Let me refresh my streams. The stream in my ear is very delayed. Let me just get this. There we go. We good. I'm up to speed. No, that's all.
Whoa, that's there's a Michael Scotto trade rumor.
Mike Escato? Nah, that's legit. Hold on.
It's a terrible trade though if it is.
Hold on, let me check my phone. Go ahead and say it because I'm not seeing nothing.
It is. So they're saying the Portland Trailblazers are going to select Hanson Yang as part of the deal with the Grizzlies. But Hanson Yang was supposed to go in the second round, early second round. Why would you go that early for Hanson Yang?
Wait, it was the Asian dude. He was actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, but he wasn't expected to go. He wasn't expected to go in the first round.
So Memphis traded this pick to Portland for what though?
I don't know. But he's Asian Joker is what they call him.
Do you think Portland knows what they're doing?
No, like I said, maybe they're getting rid of Ayton. Oh, that'll be the rumors of Ayton to LA.
Ayton's kind of not good. He reminds me of Andre Drummond. Wow, the numbers look great. Do you impact winning? No, damn.
And he's not motivated to play.
No, he's not. No, I mean, I don't know. But did we make the trade? No, the Mavs has not made a trade yet. We'll see. I mean, we could also just not make a trade all night, like, and don't think it's because Nico isn't trying. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes trades just don't go through. Sometimes you get, held ransom for the most egregious trade possible. Could we get 19 pick? Maybe. We will see. We will see. This is weird. Oh yeah, Cooper Flagg's mom tall.
Yeah, she played. She's a star
I'm pretty sure
at
she's taller than
University
me.
of Maine. Yeah, probably. No, she was actually she's another one. She's the one that got him started playing basketball. She was a star at the University of Maine. That's where his brother's going. She was a black bear as the mascot.
Okay. Did she ever go to the W or no? No, no, she probably wouldn't
No,
have. No, no. Yeah, because I was about to say the WNBA is only like what, 20 years old.
25, I think.
Yeah,
It's
something like that. Yeah. His mom probably wouldn't have. Not saying his mama old, but she probably would not.
she was 22 when I mean he was because I think her oldest child is 22.
Okay.
So I don't think she's super old.
No, no, no. But do we want the 19th or 26th pick? Either or. 19th, because I feel like 26th, Walter Clayton Jr. is going to get picked up by then.
Yes, I have no idea what. Once
I have a
again,
strong feeling if I had to put money on it, Walter Clayton Jr. going number 23. Don't know why. That's what I'm feeling.
probably.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do, because I did not plan this properly, when the next pick comes in, you're gonna take over while I go use the bathroom real quick.
I'm
I'm
supposed to be
always,
the old man. I
no,
planned
no.
my
See,
life.
look, I'm always telling people drink water. I've been drinking water and it's starting to backfire.
Look here, I've got 2 jugs.
If you need a
So
bathroom break, let me know.
nah, I already drank. So I went before I got on stream because I said, let me make sure.
Man, wow, you got the update before I got the sham. Wow, but yeah, number 16th pick draft to Portland, China's Yang Hansen.
That does not make sense, man. He was not supposed to go that high.
Does Portland know what they're doing? Does Utah know what they're doing?
Let me see something. Tankathon.
A lot of teams don't know what they're doing. You think we play Cooper in summer league? I think we should.
Yeah, he'll play at least 2.
Man,
Okay, so
I wonder who worked out Colin Murray Boyles. Like, if Toronto didn't get him, I wonder who else wanted him. Because he
yeah,
obviously did not want to go to Toronto.
Hanson Yang was projected to go 42 on Tankathon. That's what I'm saying. They really stretched for that dude. He was not going to go in the first round.
Maybe this is like when the Rockets drafted Yao Ming. They get a little kickback.
No. Okay, you want me to tell you a story about Yao Ming?
Go ahead. Oh no, yeah, I've heard this story, but go ahead and tell the chat. Go ahead.
So I was told the story by a certain Mr. Donnie Nelson um, that the reason we took Wang Zhuzhu was because Donnie made a deal with a Chinese general that if we took Wang Zhuzhu, that they would let Yao Ming come to the NBA, I believe, in the following year. So we did that favor for him, and so then we were supposed to do it. We had a trade worked out with Houston to draft Yao Ming, but then Houston reneged on the trade on draft night because they were scared there were going to be a backlash from the Asian population in Houston.
Mm,
But we would have had Yao and Dirk together, which would have been nasty.
that would have been pretty crazy. But I mean, that's it. That just makes you think of all the backdoor deals that go around. I couldn't find a picture, so I'm just using this.
All sweaty.
Yeah, there he is. He was supposed to go 40th, so here we are. But it makes you wonder, like, of all the deals and trades, behind closed doors between not just organizations, but like a general, like you said, like how many non-basketball related people get involved in the dealings of basketball. It's really interesting.
Well, dude, I'll tell you, once again, when I was talking to Donnie one night, he actually did a documentary on how he got, what was that dude's name? It was the first Lithuanian player to come over, Sarunas Marcelonis.
Hmm.
But he actually he told the story of how he had to smuggle him out of Lithuania and Russia because they said the KGB was chasing him. And it's a crazy story. He was saying that like the KGB was literally chasing them, and they made it to the airport. And he said they were terrified. They thought they weren't going to be able to make it out.
Good
But they said
lord.
they got on the plane and they thought they were going to pull them off the plane, but they said they finally took off and they could breathe.
Jeez, that's wild. But highest selected Chinese-born players first overall was Yao Ming. Then you got Yi Jianlin in Milwaukee, and then you got
Hmm.
Yang Hansen in Memphis.
I met E. I got a picture of me and E.
I remember Yi. I do remember him.
He is big, and he had huge legs. Like if you saw him in person, his legs were like all muscle. He was like tree trunk legs.
Golly. Yeah, so he's going. So Cedric Cowherd goes to the Grizzlies. Trailblazers get Yang, the 28th first round pick via Orlando, and 2 future seconds for Cedric. So Cedric's going from Blazers to Grizzlies.
Oh, Memphis is making a pick.
All right, Timberwolves pick is in.
Yep, I already see.
Well, give me a second.
Well, I mean, I saw it on.
Well, yeah, I'm getting
On
tweets that kind of
yeah.
Timberwolves. When I was fun fact, when I was a kid, I used to get Timberwolves and the Grizzlies confused, and I don't know why. I used to say, "Oh yeah, the Minnesota Grizzlies and the Memphis Timberwolves." I don't know why. I really don't know why. Young Marcel. I got a few plugs in the wrong place in my brain.
Wait, was it didn't it used to be the Montreal Grizzlies?
It was the no, they were the Toronto Raptors and the on the other coast near Seattle, not Montreal, not Winnipeg,
It wasn't Ontario.
not Ontario. What is that? Why can't I remember it? I know chat probably spammed the answer. The Memphis Grizzlies used to be the Vancouver Grizzlies. Duh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't
I
know
was
why it took me
Googling
so
it.
long to remember. My brain is fried, guys. Drink water. But Timberwolves, what do they need?
Oh, they need a big.
They got Rudy Gobert.
They've been trying to trade Rudy Gobert,
No avail. No avail.
but they got one.
Oh man, my
And I heard there's a different way to pronounce his name.
Let's see it. Who they pick? Johan Beringer from France.
Behringer. Yeah.
Beringer.
Behringer.
Say something about Slovenia. Born in France. Played Slovenia last season. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He played soccer growing up, but he played basketball because he kept growing and he grew out of his cleats.
Yep. Yeah. He was. He started. I think he always started playing basketball 3 years ago.
I'm starting to like see more players like that. Where like, yeah, I was doing this until I just got big and realized, hey, I should probably play basketball. All right, Joan. What do you know about him?
So, like I said, he just started playing basketball a few years ago. He's raw, ridiculously raw.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, because of he's got some what 6'11", 6. I think he measured in. I think it's 6'10". No, he measured in 6'11". I believe he's got a +7 wingspan. They didn't get that because he did it overseas.
Mm-hmm.
A weight of 230. Extremely springy, good defender. His player comps are Daniel Gafford,
What?
Mogi Jackson. Yeah, Rashawn Holmes. So he's like I said, he's a good shot blocker, rim protector, rim runner. He doesn't have a polished game, but he'll be a good like I said, he'll be a good one out there with him.
Okay. For whatever reason, it's not letting me save the picture of him. Give me a second here. What's going on? It keeps uploading as the wrong file. But all right. Anyway, all right. You said his comps were Daniel Gafford. Who else?
So it's Daniel Gafford, Mogi.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know if you ever seen, he played in the G League. He actually was on the Legends for a while. Mogi is ridiculously athletic, shot blocker, but Mogi actually stretched his game out to the 3. He's like 6'9", and they also put Rashawn Holmes as another comp for him.
Okay.
So not bad. Like I said, not bad. All serviceable big men. I mean, Daniel Gafford, of course, is great. Like I said, I wish Mogi would have had a better chance to get a run in the NBA. I think he's playing now, but like I said, he's been around for a while. He's very athletic and a good shot blocker. Does a
Okay.
little bit of everything.
I like it, Picasso. But all right, give me a second here. I just gotta move some things around. Oh yeah, I gotta use the bathroom. So talk to the people about Joan Beringer or any other player. I'll be right back. The Wizards are on the clock. I'll be back.
Yeah. No, I'm hoping. I was looking at the chat, so I do hope Clayton does make it. Um, Walter Clayton Jr., like I said, he'd be my ideal pick for the Mavs if we can trade back in if he falls enough, or like I said, even Nolan Traore. But I am more aligned with getting Walter Clayton Jr. But like I said, I wouldn't be mad if we got Nolan Traore because people underestimate him. But he's a good point guard, plays in France, very explosive, one of the fastest players in the draft. They compare his speed to like De'Aaron Fox when he first got to the league. So just trying to see what we got going on right now. I'm waiting to see if there's any updates.
Cool. So I'm seeing people say they want Miami's pick. Which pick they got?
Miami?
Yeah,
Um, is that 20?
I think so.
Yeah, 20.
Hey, I'm hearing that we're going to see Cooper Flagg handle the ball.
What? Oh yeah, we already knew that.
Well, I mean, like Jason Kidd wants point guard Flagg.
Well, so I think he's going to have some point duties. That's the thing. I think he'll get more on the ball and bringing the ball up and initiating the offense in the first half of it. But like I said, it also depends on if we can get another, point guard to put next to him.
Yeah. Oh, also, 8 hours ago, Barstool Sports tweeted out Ace Bailey's camp reportedly doesn't care about $10 to $50 million. Will do anything to make sure he's not drafted by the Hornets or Jazz. Fail. Freaking fail.
Yeah, like I tell you, his agents from what I understand, his agent's son was also in NBA but flamed out. And like I say, he's playing like in the Philippines or somewhere, or he's playing overseas somewhere now. And I'm like,
Man.
once again, like that's who you listening to?
Oh, it was like Dirk did have a little message.
No.
What happened? We got a trade?
Uh, I'm hearing some stuff. What draft are we on? What pick are we on right now?
Hold on. Let me see if I'm hearing anything. I got so many tabs open. And I'm checking all this other stuff.
I'm hearing that a pick has been made.
Yeah, the pick is in for Washington. We're just waiting to see what it
Oh,
is.
yeah, I heard what it is then.
Do you know
And
what it
everybody in the
is?
chat can cry.
Aww.
I say it's Walter Clayton Jr.
Hold on 1 second. Does Washington know what they're doing?
I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know what anybody's doing. Walter Clayton Jr. goes.
So y'all better get used to Traore if
All
he's
right, guess
available.
we're not trading for anybody.
But he wasn't the only one. I told you.
We're
There's
not
other
trading
targets.
for anybody.
Well, you don't want Kasparis Jakic on us?
Get him out of here. All right, tell everybody about Walton Clayton Jr.
Oh, so it says what? So it says that pick is being traded to the Jazz. Looks like.
Hold on, hold on. Hold on. All right, I think I got the pictures to work now. Here we go. Boop.
Yeah. So that's a trade. Yep.
The Jazz are trading for. What is Utah
Yeah.
doing? Did they just drafted two guards? No,
No.
no. I'm
Ace.
sorry.
Ace is a.
Ace is not a guard,
Oh,
but still, what are you doing, Utah?
I don't know.
What's the deal though? Like, who gets what? First, you draft Walter, then you trade him? Washington!
And see, that's the thing. Once again, he was supposed to be the fifth best player on. So people are all over the place with these drafts. Walter was not supposed to go that high. Well, they had him going 20 on Tankathon. They updated. He was supposed to go 20. So Jace is still on the board too.
Yeah,
so that's also something.
This is a very interesting draft. Surprises, but
Ooh,
nothing too crazy.
So here we go. So Jace Richardson is projected to go 22. That pick hasn't been made yet.
Okay.
But Nolan Traore, once again, is projected to go around 27. I would not be mad. That's one of the two Brooklyn picks. I would not be mad if we got that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're waiting for, really. We're just waiting to see what Brooklyn does.
Oh, and also Brooklyn has 22 with Jace. So
I like how it said that, the Wizards need a rebounding big. They selected Walter Clayton Jr. The Jazz got him, I guess. But then what does Washington get?
you get 21 and 2 second-round picks.
All right. Walter Clayton Jr. used to play football. Is Kasparis a good fit if he drops past 20?
Yeah, he would be.
Okay.
Kasparis was projected to go 11th.
This is very, very interesting. If people don't stop asking Flagg who he wants to guard, there's been like 3 reporters. Yeah, I saw that a lot of people are asking Cooper Flagg some really stupid questions. Like someone asked him, have you heard about the conspiracy about Dallas getting the number 1? He was like, I'm just glad to be here. Like, why would you ask him that? Like, that's a stupid question. I want to ask him that.
Because people are stupid. Was it Perk that asked the question?
No, it was like, no. I'm not even sure who it was because Cooper's probably talking to like 1 million people tonight.
It was Malika.
Probably. And they're all asking like the same. The thing is, they're all asking the same questions. And just because I know who I am and how I am, if I'm Cooper Flagg, after I get drafted, can I go home? I'll answer like 3 questions and I'm going home. I don't want to be here.
You talking about the pick that we already knew about the trade from 10 minutes ago? Yeah.
There we go. Portland Trailblazers are trading to the Memphis Grizzlies the draft rights to Cedric Howard. And the Grizzlies are trading the Trailblazers draft rights to Young Hunson. So Young's going to Portland. I'm kind of
Look at him crying. He's crying. Walter's crying.
Because he's going to Utah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
He's like, bro, you said I wasn't going to Utah, man. You told me I was going to Dallas, man.
Now there's 2 black people in Utah, see?
He's like, man, now there's 2 black people in Utah. Man. No, that's good for him, though. That's good for him. You know, he just won a championship in college. So that's that's really cool. That's really cool.
Oh, I forgot he got a baby. Yeah.
He got a kid?
Yeah. Hey, you see his daughter and his girl?
That's good for him.
Yeah.
They trade the other pick instead. This is it's hard to keep up with all this.
So if Casper Jakatronis goes 19, but see that's the thing. The Nets got the Nets got 19.
Mm-hmm. So we should be seeing that.
They do not
next.
need Casper. Yeah, they don't need Casper Jakatronis. They just took a point guard. They don't need 2 point guards. That doesn't make sense. If Casper Jakatronis falls, then yeah, you may not have to sign another point guard probably because either like I said, him.
Utah sent the number 43 and second rounders to Washington. Okay. All right, cool.
That's a nice chain he got on.
All right, here we go.
No, that's a terrible smile. Don't do that.
Hey man, he's had a pretty good year so far. We won a national championship, got some accolades. It's interesting, though, that winning the tournament doesn't always put you in that lottery selection. Oh, he has a pit bull smile.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But he's also older because you got to realize he's like 22, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's why he didn't go as high, yeah. I really think that's a weird stigma about, like, oh, you've been in college for 4 years? What do you mean?
Well, that's gonna change now because of with the NIL because players are opting out and going back to college. Well,
Yeah.
because there was a guy who was in there. Was it? I forgot his name now. Because he was one. He was in the first batch to opt out, and they were expecting him to go around 19, where his salary would have been around 3.5 to 4 million a year.
Yeah.
And they said by opting in, his NIL money plus his transfer portal money, he was getting over 6 million a year. So I'm like, well, yeah. People don't think, if you don't have money and you can make 6 million or you can make 3 million.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, the NBA gonna have to update cash then. If you want players to go in the NBA right after their first year, then all right, make sure you can pay them more than his NIL deals. But
Yeah.
somebody said, I want you to know I'm gonna have a nightmare tonight of Marcel yelling D-Lo for the 3-low. Man, you already know every game. Ice in my veins, baby. Ice in my veins, baby. I'm ready for it. I'm actually excited for D'Angelo Russell. But Brooklyn's up. But hey, I'm sorry. Did we already talk about Walter and his comps and everything?
No, I don't think
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Let's talk about Walter.
So, where'd he go? Da, 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 da. So Walter Clayton Jr. He's 6'2",
He's my height.
199. Huh?
I said he's my height. I could have been in the NBA. I was the
Yeah.
shortest player my senior year, and I was like, I'm never going far.
That little girl's looking at him like, why'd you just kiss me? But he's 6'2", 199 pounds, 6'4" wingspan. Like I said, 20, a little over 22, 22 and a quarter. Um,
Hmm.
Biggest thing for him, they said that his comps are C.J. McCollum, Jared Butler, Jamal Murray, Keontae George. He's a combo guard. He's, like I said, an undersized combo guard because he's, like I said, 6'2", but he's um, pretty much just a pure shooter. Well, I say he's a pure scorer, not a shooter. He's more of a scorer than a shooter. Because, like I said, there is a weird little hitch to his shot,
Mm-hmm.
but he's actually, like I said, he's effective. Like I said, I think he averaged, where did he go last year?
Okay.
Because
Okay.
he actually put up good numbers. Where'd he go?
Hey,
I
he
had him.
knows how to win. He knows how to impact winning. So that's good for him.
Yeah, he
Hopefully,
averaged 20 points, 4.1 rebounds, 4.6 assists, zero point 0.6 blocks, 1.3 steals.
there you go. There you go. But to answer Yasmin Sharania's question, they asked twice, "Hey, Mavericks Digest, if the Mavs want a point guard, why wouldn't you try to trade for Anthony Edwards? Because that doesn't make sense when you have Kyrie Irving."
What are you talking about, Anthony Edwards?
I don't know. I'm not sure if they're trolling, but you don't trade for Anthony Edwards, especially since we offered Luka for AD, or I'm sorry, for AE, and they said no. So what can we give them for Anthony Edwards? They didn't want
Oh,
Luka.
so I guess they're thinking if we offer them PJ, Dwight Powell, box of nickels, then they'd be like, oh, yeah.
All I'm saying is Dwight Powell worth at least 3 first-round picks. That's all I'm saying, man. Yo, NBA Sindel tweeted out Ace Bailey has informed his agent his decision to retire from the NBA.
Uh,
Hey, yo, this man feel like, yeah, I'm gonna just not go to Utah. I'm gonna go overseas.
but I don't see. That's another one. I don't think you. I wonder if you can. I think you can go overseas if the team lets you. I don't think you can just go overseas.
I mean, I feel like these young guys might be over exaggerating. First of all, it's not like you're gonna be stuck on this team for the rest of your career. You know what I mean? Like, welcome to the NBA.
Oh,
See what it's like.
he's off the books. They made the pick. He's off.
Oh, hold on. Am I about to be upset again?
I am.
Brooklyn Nets select. Daggone it!
So Casper Jakachunas continues to slide.
Troy just
I
got
don't know
picked.
why is Casper Jakachunas sliding.
Because there's a few teams that don't know how to draft right, so everyone's picks kind of got jumbled up. I truly do believe that. All
Then the
right.
Mavericks should trade and take the next one at 20. If they can get him at 22, then get him.
We need to make a move now, honestly. Like, the way these players are getting picked up, the Mavericks need to make a move now. But tell the kids about Nolan. Little Frenchie.
I was talking about him while you were in the bathroom, while you were taking a broadcast break. But yeah, I think I do have him on my spreadsheet. I think I do. Let me see. Maybe not.
He's a good little
Oh, it
guard. He
is.
got
I
good
got him on
court
the spreadsheet.
vision.
Here we
He's
go.
good as a pick and roll handler.
I got him. So yeah, 6'3", point guard played for San Quentin in France last year. Um, weighs 175 pounds, 6'8" wingspan, so good positive wingspan, 34-inch vertical, 8'5" and a half-inch standing reach. Last year averaged 11.6 points per game on 39.2% from the field, 30.4% from three. Not the best percentages, but his numbers also did tick up toward the second half of the year. 1.7 rebounds a game, 5.1 assists per game. Now, assists in the EuroLeague is weird. I found this out
Mm-hmm.
because they include if you make an assist that goes an assist to foul
Oh
and they
yeah,
make a
it
free throw, then
counts.
it counts as an
Yeah.
assist. So, but he also averaged zero point 0.7 steals, 0.7 blocks. His comps are Killian Hayes, Jeff Teague, and Rod Strickland.
Killian Hayes.
Look at your face. He's French. That's probably why. Because
Yeah,
Killian
he
Hayes
was
is also.
also drafted by the Nets.
Uh, so, strengths, quick first step, available ability to consistently get 2 feet in the paint, and
Mm-hmm.
an elite playmaker.
Okay.
Weaknesses: shot was not consistent, but went on a run to finish the season. Interesting fact for him is he dropped 45 in a FIBA U17 tournament a little over a year ago against Kasper Jakachonis. Also, he did play against. He was in another FIBA tournament, and he played against VJ Edgecombe, and I think he dropped like 18 and 6 against him.
Okay.
So he's not trash, but and that's the weird thing is because he's been playing in a pro league, everybody's like, oh, he's garbage. I'm like, once again, he was 17 when he started the season. He's 18, I think, now playing in a pro league,
Yeah.
and he's so playing against grown men. He's not going to put 40 up points a game, But they said he's De'Aaron Fox quick.
Okay. Okay. Hey, work on them. Hopefully they got good player development there, but the Miami Heat are on the board, and I have a feeling they're going to trade this pick because I feel like Phil Jackson. I'm not sorry, not Phil Jackson. Pat Riley. He don't really know what he's doing anymore. I think he really doesn't need to retire. Honestly, it's just been kind of a disappointing last like 3 or 4 years from the Heat. Even when they made the finals, it's like, good job, but you had to really like rely on Jimmy that entire run. If I got a Killian Hayes comp, I don't care if it's true. I'm finding the person that gave me the comparison and putting balls on him. Stephen A. Smith. Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought there was an actual update. Nah. Nothing. My phone's been kind of quiet. No more texts. I'm not sure if we're still talking to Brooklyn. They still got what? 3 more picks this round? 2 more?
3 more. They got 22, 26, and 27.
Yeah, they're not using all those. Who do they pick with their first pick of the night?
Was Igor. Yegor.
So do they need Yegor and Nolan?
Yeah, which is weird. Why are you taking 2 point guards?
So one of them could be moved. Can we see the Mavs draft room? See if Nico on that phone. I would love to see it. Like I said, I'm sure he's calling, and everybody should. This is kind of like an obvious thing, but like just because we don't make a move doesn't mean that we weren't trying to make a move, right? I'm sorry, this is random, but like, what is Toronto doing?
Who knows?
Like, I'm very confused right now. And also Portland. I don't know what Portland's doing at all. I understand what Utah's doing. They're ready to draft some good players and figure out who's leaving. Like, I get that. But Portland and Toronto, I'm confused. Very, very confused. I don't know if they know what they're doing. Maybe that's why they were trying to trade that pick, because they didn't know who they wanted. But yeah.
Okay, so there's a pick in. Pick is in, yeah.
Pick's in for Miami. All right. Who do you think it is?
I see who it is.
Ah, come on now. I wish I had better. It's not even my internet. I'm always just behind by like a little bit. Miami Heat. Let's see.
What are you streaming on?
OBS. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a website I used. Yeah. All right. Come on, man. Are there any trades? I want more action. It's been. There have been a lot of trades. There have been a lot of things happening, but it's like, man, like some of these are kind of like a head scratcher. The only pick that made sense was us getting Cooper. Every other pick didn't make sense. It makes sense. Like, why'd you get that guy? Should have traded him to
I
Dallas.
mean, number two was okay. Some of the
Oh
picks are
yeah,
okay,
first
but
two, no brainers.
some of these are.
I will say that the every team that drafted a center knew that they needed a center.
Yeah.
Like even I saw some people talk about why did Phoenix get a center after they traded for Mark Williams? Because they needed two.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you need two.
Yeah. Ah, my wrist. So how do you pronounce Kasparis Jakionis?
Yakuchonis.
Huh?
Is Kasparis Yakuchonis.
Yakuchonis.
Yeah.
Like Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah.
All right, the pick is in. Let's see who they get.
Yep. He's standing up. He's got the most boring suit. My goodness.
Who? Adam Silver?
No, the guy that just got drafted.
All right, they draft. Miami Heat select. Cat. Bro, I'm a wizard. I knew it. Lithuania, that makes sense. If you told me to guess where he was from, I probably would have guessed it. Based off of the fact that his name sounds so familiar to Jonas Valanciunas, Kasparis Jack. I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but hey, shout out to Kasparis going to the Heat. Hopefully Pat Riley don't screw this up. Tell me about Kasparis, Big J.
So he's a point guard. He's listed as like a 1-2. Most thought of as a point guard though. He is 19 years old, 6'4" and 3/4 inches, 205 pounds, 6'8" wingspan. Last year, he averaged 13.5%. I mean, 13.5 points per game on 32% from the three. He averaged 4.5 rebounds, 6.2 assists. Comps are, oh, this one you'll love. Spencer Dinwiddie, Bogdan Bogdanovic, DeLon Wright, and then Brandon Podziemski.
Brandon Podziemski. Okay, that's not bad. Okay.
But
Okay.
so it's weird. So I've seen different things. I mean, he's not necessarily known for his defense. He's not necessarily explosive. He's a good decision maker.
Mm-hmm.
But he does, like I said, he's just not spectacular. Like I said, he's a good bus driver type is what I've seen from him. Like I said, nothing that screams like he's going to be a star at the next level, but I don't think he'll be a liability. I think he's got a decent floor. I think he's got a relatively low ceiling though.
Okay. I'm hearing that Nick Richards is now a strong trade candidate for the Suns after drafting Kaman Malawak and acquiring Mark Williams. Richards' contract becomes guaranteed on June 29th, which could trigger interest from contenders in exchange for second-round draft capital.
What's TGK talking about?
TGK is disrespecting you, saying, how y'all still awake? I know Big J's sleepy. It's past Big J's bedtime. Big J was my friend first. I need the Mavs to do something. But Young Light Skin said, high IQ, not that athletic, decent shot. I like Yak. Okay. Kasparis, Yak. Come on, Nico, do something. There's a trade? Proposed trade from Washington involving Walton Clayton Jr.?
Mm-hmm.
Going to Washington? These trades, I can't keep up. Hold on, I'm trying to find it, yo. Dirk did a little video for Coop saying, hi, Dirk here.
I'm watching it now.
Yeah, we're excited to have you. Dallas is a special place with the best fans in the NBA, and we can't wait to see your career here in Dallas. Let's go. Oh, God, it looks so forced. Dirk, I would have been okay if you didn't make that. Come on, Dirk. I love you. I do. Fun fact, though, Cooper Flagg officially becomes the first American white player to be drafted number 1 overall since 1977, Kent Benson. How well did Kent Benson do in his career? Because I've never heard of this man. 6'11" center, averaged 9 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist. All right. Drafted by Milwaukee, played in Detroit, Utah, Cleveland. Shout out to Gramps. I think you're muted.
So I was just looking. So yeah, they were saying the other part of the trade for Walter Clayton Jr. I'll see what the other pick is now.
All right, give me 1 second. I gotta pull up Shams Sharania.
This is Michael Scotto.
Mike Escato.
I think if Shams is on stage, he's probably
Yeah,
not
he doesn't
getting.
have time to like tweet. If I was him, like, hey, Woes, can you be my tweeter?
You know, the funny thing is, I remember he was doing an interview with somebody, and they took his phone, and he freaked out. Like they just took his phone from him while he was on the stage talking, and he was freaking out.
You know how much information's on that phone?
But they don't. They were just like he just wanted to be able to see it at all times. You
Yeah.
know, because he's like,
No, I get it. Big J looks like Draymond. Like Draymond Green, bro.
who said it?
Random user 95.
That's it. We're throwing hands. I don't look like no donkey.
Hey, you're probably Draymond's height though. You're tall.
I'm 6'5".
Taller than me. Man, I wish I was 6'5", bro. I had hoop dreams, man. Like, I know I'm 6'2". I could still be in the NBA, but, like, I can't shoot the ball. I was an athletic, like, all right, story time for those that don't know. Played
Who said
basketball.
that's a lie?
Huh?
Who's lying?
Who's lying?
Somebody said that's
Random,
a lie.
that's a
Like,
lie. No, yeah, Big J's like 6'5". He's taller than me. But, no, I had hoop dreams. Played basketball my whole life. I stopped growing at, like, 6'2" when I was like in 8th or 9th grade. Like I was a tall kid. Stopped growing. Everybody got taller than me. So young Marcel, I'm learning how to be a center / power forward. Big man skills, back to the basket, playing good defense, shot blocker. Could do a little rim graze dunk, you know what I'm saying? 2 hands for safety. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was me. But then people got taller. I can't do that no more. So all right, cool. Bring the ball down. Coach, I got no handles and I can't shoot. Don't make me play point guard. Can you play shooting guard? You think I can shoot? That's the first part of shooting guard. Small forward. I got you, coach. So I just played small forward, a little bit of 2 guard. But man, everybody got taller. I'm like, I can't do anything. I can't. But if I was 6'5", let me tell you, yeah, I would have been the best 6'5" center you've ever seen. I promise you.
so that's like if I was 6'8", you know, that I wish I was a little bit taller.
Man, look, I wish I was a little bit taller. Man, look.
Wish I was a baller.
Yeah, that's me. Marcel or Dre J don't want to see me on the court. Look, I already told TGK, I got a whole messed up knee. I can't play. If I come out and play basketball, you got to call an ambulance because I'm going to break something. I am a disabled veteran. I am scared to play again. I tore my ACL playing basketball. I'm scared to do it again.
Ace Flagg is a small forward.
Ace Flagg is small forward. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. But, Young Lacey said, small ball Marcel with a dream. You darn right. 6'5" Marcel playing center. I'm guarding Joel Embiid. I want to be in his ear. I'm like at his shoulder, like, I'm right here. I would lead the league in charges. I'd lead the league in charges. Like, oh, he knocked me down.
All right, so look, tallest guy ever guarded on a pickup game.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of Stanley Roberts?
I think so, yeah.
He was the other part. He was the other part of the Twin Towers. So Shaq was a power forward. Stanley Roberts was a center at LSU. Okay. And I guarded him in a pickup game. I kept him out of the paint. It was impressive.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Some say Jay gotta let us know what Marcel's player comp is. You never see me play.
Nah.
No, like from what I was always told. Well, what did they tell me? I've been told, Mini Rodman, but that was when I was like a kid. Like when I was like middle school, they called me Mini Rodman. But by the time I was in high school, I think my player comp was close to a smaller Amari Stoudemire. I did play like Amari. I just wasn't tall like Amari, but I played like Amari Stoudemire. But Will Riley is drafted by the Jazz at number 22. Do we know anything about Will Riley? Oh, Willie. From Illinois.
I saw a little bit about him. I knew he was going to go in the first round.
Kind of late in the first.
Yeah, but he's going.
Did the Jazz trade for this pick, or they have it?
Yeah, that was the Wizards trade.
The Wizards. Oh yeah, because it was for Walter Clayton.
Yep.
Interesting.
So here we go. Will Wiley,
Grew from
stretch wing.
5'9" to 6'6" during the pandemic. Imagine you're on lockdown in your kid's home, and by the time the lockdown's over, you're like, how in the what? Bro. I truly do believe that some people were destined to play basketball by these freakish growth spurts they just have.
Well, you know, what's his name? The best one ever is still Rodman.
What was his?
Rodman was, so when Rodman graduated high school, he was 6'2", and he was working at DFW Airport.
Yeah.
Over the summer, he grew to 6'8", and so he called it he called it the gift. And
God was like, here you go.
Yeah, because he was working as a baggage handler at DFW Airport.
Okay. Huh.
And then all of a sudden he went to I think a JV college, and then he went to college, and then became Dennis Rodman. So Will Riley, he is a 6'8" wing, played at Illinois, 186 pounds, 19 and a half years old, 6'8.8" wingspan.
Shot blocker.
Yeah, I mean, I said basically he's
shot blocker and shot creator.
They're saying wait a minute, what kind of comp is that?
What is it?
Jett Howard. I'm like, Jett Howard.
Huh?
Yeah. He plays. Didn't Orlando get Jett Howard, I think?
Yeah. Okay.
So he's Nikola Jovic, which is they're competent to players that don't play. Kevin Martin, Quincy Miller.
Say Kenyon Martin?
No, Kevin Martin.
Oh, never mind.
That's what I'm saying. They're competent to weird comps.
That's really weird. But to the chat real quick, someone said Marcel's complaining about being just 6'2". Meanwhile, I'm 2 feet shorter than Wemby. Trust me, in the world of basketball, 6'2", I'm a midget. Mini Rodman is crazy. I will never lie about my basketball skills. I don't have a shot. I don't. I was always good at getting to the rim. Layup line, that was me. I could hit them layups. Eventually, I could dunk a little bit, two-hand. But I remember I was like middle school. My coach just called me, "Oh, there's Mini Rodman," because I didn't really care for scoring unless I had an open look. I just played defense. I passed the ball. Cool. Get rebounds, get blocks, play defense. That's my father told me when I was a young kid that if you can play good defense, you will always find a team to play for. Everybody can score, or at least everybody tries to score. Not everybody tries to play defense. So like, I took that to heart. I also, at this time of middle school, I watched Shawn Marion very closely. He was like one of my favorite players. He played in Toronto before going to Dallas. So like, I really do think I can't shoot the basketball because I tried to shoot it like Shawn Marion. So, but yeah. Mini Rodman.
My go-to comp back when I played was what's his name? Charles Barkley. I played like a Barkley.
Okay. No, that's actually, excuse me, that's actually really good. People don't understand how good Charles Barkley was, and I say this every time. Like the antics and the jokes and everything, like people think he's not, or he was never a good player. No, he was great. Is there another trade? Or is Brooklyn trading up?
No, I don't see one yet.
I don't know.
Well, isn't Brooklyn picking there? No, Brooklyn's picking at 22, I think. Yeah, Brooklyn. So they already did that trade. So Brooklyn is picking at 22. Oh, they're celebrating and slapping each other.
Brooklyn has picked 2 players or 3?
3. They're about to pick 3.
You're not keeping all of them.
That's what I'm saying. So 26 and 27, they got to trade.
Those are gone. Those are gone.
But there. I see Brooklyn slapping each other.
But that makes sense. If you only plan on signing 3, you're not going to trade the first 3 you pick.
You know
what I'm saying? So that makes sense. Interesting. We'll see what happens. The pick is in for Atlanta.
Which is Brooklyn's pick.
Yep. And this is their 3rd.
Yep.
So they're going to keep this one most likely, but the next 2 for sure are gone. And that's 26-27?
Yep, 26-27.
Man, so we go live for tomorrow?
Oh, Flagg's holding a jersey. 32.
Oh, I'm getting me a Flagg jersey. I'm going to have so much Flagg merch. I think it was Flagg Day, baby.
I'm going to go get me a Luka jersey.
So, it's because it's on sale. Well, I still got my Luka stuff. I ain't throwing none of it out. But,
I mean, I got a Finley jersey somewhere.
Young Lexi said Flagg happy as hell to be in Dallas. Yeah, he sees where all of
Mhm.
his teammates got drafted too. He's like, man, I ain't got it like y'all.
Well, that's what they said. That's one of the things his family said because they said that they were real concerned that he was going to go somewhere. And they said he was going to have to learn how to lose. And they said because he never
He ain't
lost in
got
his
that in
life.
him.
So they were like, oh, so everybody's like, oh, he's miserable, like because he was shocked that he was going to Dallas on lottery night. He wasn't
He
sad.
could
He
have
was just
been
like,
going
oh,
to, if we're being honest, he could have been going to Chicago because of that coin flip.
yeah. Oh no, no, sir, you're messing up the conspiracy now. Come on now.
Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't
The
matter.
car,
We were going to get him regardless.
yeah, the coin flip.
Because see what happened was we
What had
had to
happened?
lose in the play-in tournament. Remember,
Uh-huh.
the conspiracy doesn't work if we beat Memphis.
We had to win one, lose one, but then also the Heat had to make it into the
Yeah, the
playoffs.
Heat had to win.
Yeah, so the Heat had to make it into the playoffs. We had to lose in the second game, but win the first game to make it look competitive. And then Kyrie had to fake tear his ACL.
And don't forget that in that Memphis game, all the Mavericks players were like, "Okay, we're gonna lose."
Yeah.
Jason Kidd said, "Guys, we're losing." I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. It's like, do you not understand? If we made the playoffs, we don't get Cooper.
I know.
Now, if we were in Phoenix's situation where we weren't even in the play-in, yeah, I'd be like, we pretty much were given it. Trade at 23 with New Orleans. Send PJ? Question mark. I don't know. This draft needs more players moving, or the Mavs trading back into the draft. I don't know. If we don't get a pick tonight, I don't know if we get a pick tomorrow. But I kind of don't want to go live tomorrow. Anyway, the Hawks select Drake Powell. Can we trade for Dwight Powell?
I think we just send him over there. They'll think it's the same guy.
No, Jay. Do you know what Drake Powell looked like?
I mean, he's
A 3-and-D wing out of North Carolina. Hold on
Yeah.
here. I'm about to show you.
I'm looking at him.
He don't look like Dwight Powell. They
If
might
Dwight
have the
had
same hairstyle. That
I
ain't.
mean, he could be.
Stop
he
it.
could
You
be
see
Dwight.
this? That ain't Dwight Powell. That looks like me when I had hair. I miss my hair. But let's see. This is Drake Powell.
Wow.
What do we know about Drake Powell?
There is a very, very short breakdown here. So basically, 6'5" and a quarter, 200 pounds, 20 years old, 7-foot wingspan. Like I said, he was what's he what do you have him listed as? He's not really much anything. I mean, his comps are Torian Prince, Terrence Mann, and Maurice Harkless. So he didn't find consistent rhythm on offense. Um, he's a play finisher, but it doesn't look like he can create his own shot. He shot well on guarded catch and shoot threes, 44%. Pretty good.
People in chat saying he's a really good defender.
Yeah, I mean he's a 3-and-D, 3-and-D type wing. So good hustler, on ball defense, catch and shoot, athletic.
Okay. Well, that's good for the Hawks. I mean, I think pairing him with Dyson Daniels would be pretty good. Some good defense. Have you been watching this Ironheart show?
Yep.
Is it good? I heard he got low scores, and I don't usually go off of those, because I feel like people are just hating.
It is. People hate it.
I
People.
figured.
So, and I've even seen. And so here's the funny. I've seen some reviews,
Mm-hmm.
and reviews by people I would think would have decent takes, but they had real negative takes, and I think it's because it's a FUBU type show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Hey, you ain't the target demographic. Sucks to suck.
Well, the funny thing is they were like, "Oh, it's very slow. I didn't get him. I didn't identify with her, and most of the jokes and stuff it just fell flat. I'm like, it fell flat because you don't know what they're talking about." I'm like, I knew everything. Like, I got the references. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. But yeah, a lot of people saying that this pick for Drake was, or the Atlanta pick for Drake was really, really good. So that's good for them. What was I gonna say? Ask Dre J if Wolf is supposed to be in the first.
Yes, he is.
Okay. We'll see.
Wolf is actually one of the best big men left. I mean, he shot really high percentage from three. So him and as you talking about pure centers, him and Maxime Reynaud, should have been gone. I mean, I would have taken, but like I said, centers haven't been going a lot besides the main ones we knew.
Yeah.
But both Maxime Renault is probably the most polished all around center. I mean, he averaged 21.7 points a game, 11.4 rebounds, 1.8 assists, 1.5 blocks. I think he shot 40% from three.
Mm-hmm.
Just for a 7 footer. Yeah, he's 7 foot 1.5 inches tall, 237 pounds, but he's a 22-year-old center.
Huh. Interesting.
But Danny Wolf is 6'11 and 3/4, 252, 21 years old, shot 15.6, 11.5 rebounds, 4.2 assists, 1.6 blocks, one steal. And once again, he's another one of those, like, he can facilitate. He can, plays pretty good defense.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not bad players. Either one of them. They should go in the first round. If nobody takes them, they're crazy because teams need bigs.
Very, very interesting. Someone said, "Hey Marcel, what do you think about Tyrese Proctor on the Mavs?" I need it.
Latte loves Tyrese Proctor
I need it.
because he went to Duke. And so the whole thing with Tyrese Proctor, people are like fascinated with him because he played with Cooper and they think that'll make Cooper happy.
Cooper's already happy.
I think Cooper just wants to play with good players. And so
Cooper wants to win.
yes. So my thing was, so Proctor initially was a point guard, then they moved him to like an off guard, and so his facilitation dropped quite a bit last year.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, they keep switching with his position. They've done it, I think the last few years, and so that's been the problem for him, is he doesn't have a consistent role, so he doesn't get a chance to show what he is. So there could be some point guard there.
So that's why he's going in the second round.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's 6'5.5". He's 21 years old.
I like that 6'5" guard.
Yeah. But like I said, he averaged 14.9 points, 3.6 rebounds, 2.7 assists. He just, like I said, he's because he moved around so much. I think he was setting up when Robert Williams and Derrick Lively were there. He was facilitating for them.
Okay.
And that's another thing. People's like, oh, if he come to the team, he was also Derrick Lively's teammate as well. So they think, oh, he'd fit right in. But I'm like,
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if I'm going live tomorrow, but I will be watching, and if we do make a move, I'll drop a video. But someone else had made a comment. I forgot to go over it. Go highlight saying, Marcel, who is this on the show? New part of the Digest family. This is Big J. This is my man Jay Haney. Haney?
Who's asking questions?
Haney. He's literally my source. When people ask, who's your source? Who do you know? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, he's just a guy I know. It's just a guy. He's just a guy I know.
I count.
Yeah. Jay part of the Digest family. You may see him more on this channel every now and then. You may see him on his own Digest channel. We'll see. I'm like Nico. I got an eye for talent.
Like, who's this guy? Why is he on the channel?
Yeah. Don't worry about him. Trust me, because if it was just me, I'd be like, man, who are these people I don't know? I'm like, Jay, help me out. You're the brains of this operation. But
they made a pick. The pick is in for Pelicans.
He's in for the Pelicans. Yep. Let's see it. This is okay. And this is from Atlanta.
Yeah. That's the pick we already knew. That's the trade we already knew about. Come on, man, make it.
Oh my gosh, Andrew Hadley with that funny comment. I ain't even gonna read it out loud. TK said, "Nah, go live, Marcel. It depends if I'm tired."
Oh, okay. I got you, Pelicans.
Pelicans select.
Yep.
The Jazz ran to the Wizards. The draft rights to Will Riley. Oh, interesting. There's a trade. Oh, I can't keep up with all this.
I think we already knew about that, though.
Asa Newell. Did he go lower than expected?
Yeah, I think so. Because
I've heard his name a lot, and I swear I thought he was going to go a little bit higher. But shout out to him going to the Atlanta. Going to New Orleans as a forward. Interesting. I mean, they need size. They got guards. They need size.
He's also small. He could also be a small ball five more so.
I don't think that gives him versatility.
But he's not a floor stretcher though. He is a good defender, good athlete. Wow, how come nobody took a Duke Thiero yet? That's crazy.
Interesting. Someone did ask you in the chat really quick. Someone asked, let me see what the question was. Ask Jay if Jace is supposed to be so low. Jace
No.
Richardson. Wait, Jace
No.
still hasn't been picked.
No, he hasn't.
Are we gonna get him?
Maybe.
Interesting.
So what I'm seeing for Ace Newell, it depends on who you look at. So Tankathon had Ace Newell at 17. But and like I said, Ace Newell, power forward / center from Georgia, 6'10" and a quarter, 224 pounds. 19 years old, averaged 19.1 points, 8.5 rebounds, 1.1 assists, 1.2 blocks, 1.2 steals last year. But he is basically like he's a good defender. Like he'd be somebody if you want to put next to a Cooper type, as another defender. That's the kind of guy,
Okay.
Yeah, somebody said play alongside like two potential lateral bound front court mates like Cooper Flagg and Derrick Queen. Oh, he played with Montverde Academy with him.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Good defender. Stretch 5.
Not stretch. No, not stretch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just,
Small ball 5. Small ball 5. Small ball 5.
He averaged 29.2% from three.
Yeah, he ain't stretching nothing.
Yeah, he's not really stretch 5.
Well,
no.
he's going to New Orleans. He's going to be stretching out that belt loop because he eating good. And him and Zion finna show him all the hot spots. Like, this is where I get my gumbo, my po' boy, my king cake.
Didn't they take another big though?
Yeah, they picked
Did
a
they take
center, I
Queen?
think, and a forward. Center and a forward. But they needed it because I said, stop making Zion play the 5. Put Zion at 4.
Wait, did they take Queen?
Queen, yeah.
So that's actually good because Queen lacks, like I said, he lacks the shot blocking part. But putting him next to that'd be a nice little package, and then
Yeah.
Zion can move around. He could either come off the bench and play some 4 or 5 off the bench, or
Yeah.
I don't know if he moves Zion to the 3.
Thunder's up. You think they get Jace? Pick is in.
Well, they already got Hasten Wallace, who's an undersized shooting.
Yeah, but after winning championship, do you think they move some pieces to make money work down the road?
Only one I could see moving would be Jay Will, and like I said,
They're not
maybe
moving him.
I think they're going to try and move what's his face. Now they may take a center because I think they're going to try and move Hardenstein.
Yeah.
Because like I said, you can take one like with Maxime Reynaud right there, or Wolf, with like I said, 3-point shooting centers that can stretch the floor.
Yeah,
You can put
that's. Hold on, we got to trade. The Kings are trading for the 24th pick from Oklahoma.
and take Nick Clifford. Huh.
Interesting. I thought Oklahoma would have kept that pick.
I think since they couldn't trade up, I think they gave up. Since because I tell you they wanted to get Cedric Howard, and I think since they couldn't do it,
Yeah.
they're like, eh.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
So Nick Clifford, huh?
What I say? He's going to Sacramento. Sacramento been quiet. They had a pick, did they, or no?
I
Has
I don't think
Sacramento
so.
drafted anybody tonight?
don't think they had a first round. Did they not have a
I
first
don't
round
think
pick?
they did.
Yeah, Nick Clifford was expected to go 17 here, and oh, come on, huh? And 16. Oh, okay, so yeah, he went lower. He fell.
Sacramento Kings are acquiring the pick. All right, Silver at the podium. We have another trade as part of a deal to be finalized later. The Atlanta Hawks are trading to Brooklyn Nets. The draft.
That's
rights.
nice. Oh, I like the little fade on the suit. It's got a. This suit has like a color shift going.
NBA draft. The Thunder select Nick Clifford. He's going to Sacramento, and because we know Sacramento, they're probably going to trade him. Got a wing. Don't they need a point guard in Sacramento?
Yeah,
Maybe they're going to trade DeMar or,
they've been trying to move DeMar DeRozan.
but not just DeMar. Who's the other one?
Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine for a point guard, and then you got Neek. Maybe. Jay's still on the board,
Yep.
but Orlando's up. I don't know. Does Orlando trade this pick?
Orlando might take Jace. I've been hearing they might get shooting to go along with.
Why? want
Oh.
Jace.
Oh.
Come on, Nico, show me something good. Well, we're about to get into the
26, 27
Nets
picks.
back to back, yeah. So it's
If we get
still
one, then hey.
excuse me.
Oh, and Nick Clifford is a little older too. He's 23 and a half. So it's probably one of the reasons he dropped a little bit. I mean, they don't even have his stats. What's up with that? I
Sexton is
got his
being
stats over.
Sexton is being shopped by Utah right now.
I know. Yeah, I've been seeing that. That's why they took the point guards. So, but Nick Clifford is a what? Small forward, shooting guard, 6'6", 6'6" and a half, 202 pounds. Like I said, 23 and a half years old. He averaged 19.2 points, 9.8 rebounds, 4.5 assists, point 0.6, where does it go? Oh, point 0.6 on the blocks, 1.2 steals. But where's his comps at? I was looking at it before. Yeah, his comps are not that impressive. I mean,
Who, Cliff?
Nick Clifford,
Mm-hmm.
Moses Moody, Justin Holiday, Josh Hart maybe.
It's kind of a low.
Yeah, like I said, low ceiling.
Yeah, interesting. That's interesting. I mean, he's improved. Well, he played what 4 years in college?
Yeah, he's a senior.
Yeah, I see it. It's all good. But we do have not an update, but a quote. Cooper Flagg was asked. Now this is Mavs media sucks. Get me a media badge, please. Cooper Flagg was asked if Jason Kidd has given him any assurance that he'll be his coach amid the speculation about him leaving for the Knicks. No, I haven't had those conversations yet at all. But I think talking with Coach Kidd, my workout, and even after I get picked, I was on the phone with him for a minute. I think he's just excited. He has a good vision for me, for what I can do and how I can impact the game. So I'm just excited to just talk to him more. Yeah, like, y'all not asking him any good questions.
I bet that was Nick.
No, I feel like
No,
Nick
listen.
asks good questions. Like,
Yeah, usually.
out of most people in the media, I got a lot of respect for Nick as well as Noah Weber. Those are like the two I really do respect. They ask good questions. They especially Nick. Nick's a really good, I guess, interviewer.
Although I do remember, you remember when they were doing the media day when they were asking, "What's Luka's favorite food?" And I'm like, "Why are you asking?" They were asking everybody that.
I
I'm
thought it
like,
was just like a funny question just to ask.
I know, but I'm like, "Why you?" And I forgot people like, "What?
Yeah, it
Why is Luka so
is.
handsome?"
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Ah, no, they ain't trading PJ for no second round pick.
CP said, Marcel, what would you ask Flagg? If I had just one question, let's say I'm media, I have one question to ask Flagg. I would say, or I would ask him, I was like, Cooper Flagg, one of the main things that you have mentioned a lot in your answers so far is how you can impact winning. Obviously, you're known as a player that can do it all. You led your team in every category, which some people would say, oh, you're a ball hog, or oh, you only care about yourself. But it also shows that you know what it takes to win, whether that means scoring, rebounding, passing, blocking, whatever it may be. For you and what you see this Dallas Mavericks team currently, what do you think it is that you bring to the team that will impact winning? Is it your scoring, your playmaking, your defense, your IQ, your court vision? That's the type of question I would ask Cooper Flagg. Not, do you think that they traded Luka for you? Do you think Jason Kidd is leaving? Do you think that sky is blue? Like, come on now. Pick is in for Orlando. Who they getting? Oh, crap. Here we go. Let me get.
You see it?
Yeah, let me get the picture up. Well, there's Neek. That we didn't really talk about it. I didn't throw him up. But anyway, yeah,
I did talk about him. I talked about him.
No, you did. Yeah, I just forgot. Why am I always closing? Like, I'm all over the place with these. Anyway. What happens if it's past the 5 minutes and you still haven't decided? Do you forfeit the pick?
I figured that. Yeah, I tell you, I thought they were gonna go for shooting.
Whatever.
I don't even think they invited him to the green room though.
There's a few players that were not in the green room that got drafted today.
Yeah, which is weird. He wasn't invited. I mean, they could always go get Ben Saraf.
Who?
What?
Who?
Ben Seraph?
It's not who I want.
Point
Proctor.
guard.
Get me Proctor.
Israeli point guard. Played in ratio form next to Noah Senge.
Bring me
6'5",
Proctor.
19 years old. Average 19 points. I'm sorry, he averaged 18.6 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 1.7 steals a game. 6'5" point guard. You gotta like it.
If you don't choose
Bashir
in
Fleming's
time,
still
the
in.
next team gets to go, and then when you decide your choice, it happens after whichever team's. Oh wow! I wonder if this ever happened.
What?
So apparently, if you don't select in time, if you don't choose in time, the next team gets to go, and then when you decide your choice, it happens after whichever team is up currently. I wonder if that's ever happened.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure maybe, but
That'd be funny. But hey, Jace Richardson to their Magic, yay!
we have to announce a trade. Jace Richardson's
All
being
right,
traded.
we got the 2 Brooklyn picks up. There will be a trade. Nico. If I was in the arena right now, that's what I'd be chanting. Nico. I'd probably get beat up. Andrew Hadley said, I asked Cooper what it's like to learn from a star like Dwight Powell and if he'll be taking any fashion ideas from him. Dwight Powell is probably the best dressed Maverick. I don't know how many of my streams you've watched. We always do a drip check before the game when the Mavericks Twitter page uploads their pregame fits, and we always rate them. Dwight Powell has won many times as the best dressed. I think Jaden Hardy is the worst dressed. I absolutely hate the way he dresses. He dresses exactly as his age.
He's like 21, 22.
Yeah,
21.
he dresses like he's 21 and 22. I'm 30. I can't relate.
Oh, no. You're so old, Unc.
Yeah, me and you, man, we're like the same.
All right, did TG Carter go to bed? Oh, there you go.
Raptors Digest tweeted out, good pick. That's all they tweet out, good pick. Dog. Toronto has been super disappointing. Oh man, I've got so many videos I gotta drop. I'm probably gonna make a video on Proctor to go before tomorrow's draft. It's just somebody. Hold on, Dallas Mavericks Nico Harrison will speak to the media as soon as the first round is over. Okay, we'll get some quotes tonight, I guess. I got so many videos I need to record. I'm gonna be up late.
What's he talking about?
Who? Cooper also said, Cooper Flagg on joining a team with Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, saying, I feel blessed for this opportunity. Not a lot of number 1 picks get this opportunity. Going to a team alongside guys like AD, Kyrie, Clay, high-level guys. I want to be a sponge. I want to learn as much as I can. I think AD is an incredible role model, the way he plays the game on both sides of the ball and it impacts winning. He'll be an incredible role model for me to learn and figure things out. Almost every single quote, he mentions winning. That is all he cares about. F the accolades. F the money. F this. F that. Winning is the only thing that matters. Now, one thing that I don't think a lot of people have talked about, rightfully so, I don't really think it's a topic to talk about. I want to run it by you, though, is remember Cooper Flagg had the ankle injury.
Mm-hmm.
Is that anything to worry about or no?
No, I don't think so.
Because it wasn't like I always had this injury. It's kind of like a freak accident. He just fell weird.
No, and then people also were upset. They're like, well, if he's so good, why didn't he win the championship? Like, he got hurt during the tournament. So
Yeah.
And they're like, well, it doesn't matter. He still should have won. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. No, yeah, I get it. All right. Man, Cooper Flagg's in Dallas, man. We finally made it. We're now entering a brand new era. The Flagg era. I think I'm gonna get a flag that just says Cooper on it. It's my Cooper flag. It's my Cooper flag.
You should.
Nah.
You gonna get a shirt that says "Let your freak flag fly"?
Let my freak flag fly. It's an upside down pineapple. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, this is a kid friendly show. What?
Oh yeah, people say that. Of course, since we got the pick, everybody hates Cooper now.
I don't know what to say. I'm gonna throw up. I don't know what to say.
The TGK flag, no.
Get your TGK flag. All it is Nico with an
TGK
X on it.
He came back to the dark side.
I knew he wouldn't leave for good. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just a Luka channel. All right, I'll see you in August. See you in June. For everybody that said they left, see you in the fall."
With the number 3 pick in the draft, the Chicago.
Must love fixes it best. He put your head down. Why? Is it shiny? Do I need to shave? Put my head down. All the people that say that have no good argument for it. I don't know. I feel like, and I've told you this, Jay. I think people think Cooper Flagg is too good to be true, so they don't want to buy into the hype, so they can be the ones that, oh, I told you so. He wasn't really that good. That's me though.
Okay, so they said the pick is in for the Nets, but the pick doesn't make sense. They have to be trading this dude.
Let's see it. Hey, Dre J. They're asking. So your name is Dre J now because you're Draymond J.
No,
People got questions. What question you got for Dre J? Everybody, what questions do you have for him? Andrew Halley said, "Oh, Mavs are good again. Hold on, I got my jersey here somewhere." Yeah, a lot of fans gonna be dusting off their old jerseys. Probably got like lighter marks on it and burn holes. Like, oh.
Andrew at me the next time, dude. What?
Hey, no fighting in my chat. Unless y'all jokes. I like the jokes. Go Highlight said, honestly me too, but just to be completely complete, if it's even possible, then we need a good offensive facilitator guard that technically just calls plays and shoots. Absolutely. You pretty much need a coach on the floor.
Well, I'm confused about this pick unless it's being traded right now.
All right, let's see who they're getting, I guess. Commissioner about to come out.
Yeah, I saw the pick, and like I said, I don't understand. It's another confusing pick unless it's being traded.
Well, they got one more after this.
That one has to be traded to us or something, man. It makes no sense.
Ben Sarah.
The guy I just talked about, the 6'5" point guard from Israel. They already have 3 point guards. I don't know what they're doing. Your face.
Do I just not know ball? Is that it?
mean?
I don't know ball? Do I just not know basketball? All right. Jay, explain.
I just said I have no idea what they're doing unless they're trading that pick to us. It makes no sense.
I have a comment that I'll save until after the stream.
But somebody, Rob said they have a 5. They must be rolling out a 5 guard lineup, a 5 point guard lineup.
All right, tell me about Ben Saraf.
So he's Israeli point guard, but he played last year in Ratio Farm Ohm with Noah Singway. He was the point guard that set him up. Oh man, he's crying. Oh man, Danny Wolf is crying because he wasn't picked yet. I think.
Who?
Oh, Danny Wolf he's crying in the green room
Tell him to shut up.
because he's the last one. But yeah. So like I said, he's 19 years old, 6'5", barefoot, 6'7" in shoes. 200 pounds, like I said, average 18.6 points, 4.3 rebounds, 6.3 assists. He's just a good all-around point guard. Nothing spectacular or flashy, but let's see, what are his comps? If I can find him on here, because I've looked at him before. I've watched a bunch of video on him to see.
What if Brooklyn literally signs all 5 rookies and just trade 5 players away?
Well, it's weird because here's the problem: is once you make the pick, so he's on his phone. So Brooklyn better not have taken him. See, no, I think he's just got picked. Did Brooklyn pick him just so he wouldn't be crying? So the Ben Saraf, yeah, they have Brooklyn to get him out of there. So anyway, they're comparing him to Goran Dragic, Ramon Sessions, Bobby Sura is what they're comparing Ben Sarav to. Hey, Liam McNeely's still there.
Liam McNeely is. He looks like Cooper Flagg a little bit.
Kinda.
He's all happy and looking positive, and Wolf crying.
Well, because Wolf was supposed to go fairly. I think he was supposed to go mid range.
Don't cry, Wolf. I laugh at people's pain. I'm a horrible person.
Oh man. Because I think Wolf was projected. Yeah, Danny Wolf was projected to go. Well, so they had him at 13 on what do you call it? On Ringer. The Ringer had him at 13. Tankathon has him at 23. So 27 is not a huge slide, but I think he may have had a promise. I bet you he had a promise. Because normally you don't go to the room unless you got a promise.
Yeah. And he may get picked at 30. Like, he need to chill out. It ain't over yet.
Well, he got picked.
Oh, Wolf did?
Yeah.
Brooklyn?
That's what they're saying.
No, that's what they're saying.
But the funny thing is that Wolf is he's like a point center. He's a big center that can facilitate.
Pelicans get Queen. Ace of Newell. Queen and Newell got swapped.
I thought they both were born. Didn't they both go to New Orleans?
I can't keep up. I'll get a breakdown tomorrow.
Yeah, Queen and Newell both
There
went
you
to New
go,
Orleans.
Danny. Stop crying, little baby. That's why your nose looks like a half-eaten Dorito. Oh, wham, wham, wham.
That's just mean, sir.
Yeah, I never said I was a nice person. Honestly, I ain't gonna lie. Danny Wolf sounds like a rapper. Maybe I'm thinking Danny Brown. Anyway, Big J, tell me about this crybaby Danny Wolf.
Well, Meanie.
He's soft.
He's a point center, which makes sense because everybody they've taken has been a point guard. He's let's see, what have we got for Danny Wolf? He is 6'11" and 3/4 inches, 252 pounds, a 21-year-old junior. Last year averaged 15.6 points, 11.5 rebounds, 4.2 assists, 1.6 blocks, 0.8 steals. And like I said, his skill set is he's a facilitator, ball handler for a big. He is a crafty finisher. He's known for his ability to, like I said, direct traffic from the top. But like I said, he can bring the ball up. He's also a pretty decent three-point shooter. They compare him to Maxi Kleber. There you go. Hito Turkoglu. Maxi when he still had 9 toes. Maxi, okay? Not but when he still had 10 toes, not 9-toed Maxi.
You tell me my NBA comp is Maxi Kleber, I will pick up an application for Home Depot tomorrow.
You didn't feel that way about Maxi 5 years ago.
No, nah. I actually loved Maxi. I feel like a lot of people have only seen the back end of my Maxi Kleber fandom. Because I promise you, when it was him and Dodo, I loved it. Him and Dorian was just the two off the bench. Sometimes one of them starting, whatever. But those two were just amazing. I loved it. But the older Maxi got, the more I disliked him. Marcel's NBA comp is Thanasis. Honestly, yeah.
I mean, how much money did Thanasis make?
Exactly. All right. He made all that money to miss shots. I'll do it.
I tell you, that was.
Ooh, we got ourselves a super chat coming in. Do I still have the super chat animation? Hold on. Wait, hold on. There we go. If I can
Marcel's
press. They're all over the place. Anyway, we got a super chat from TGK TV saying Big J is Dre J now. Also, what's Marcel's barefoot height? Did Nico cook tonight? Will Cooper be 7 feet when he's 21? Is Flagg's defense NBA ready today? Man, whole lot of questions. So to answer all these questions, my barefoot height is like 6'1", 1 or maybe 6'1.5". Nico did not cook; he was asleep in the kitchen. And Cooper will be 7'5" by the time he's 20 years old, and his defense is actually ready for the Olympics.
Well, fun fact about Cooper Flagg. At age 15, he was named Mr. USA Basketball.
Who?
Cooper Flagg.
Man, come on now. That's a Maverick. That's a Maverick.
Telling you.
That's a Maverick.
I see where he gets his red nose from.
Runs in the family.
You don't see his dad? His dad got
I'm
the big
looking
red.
at both of them. Why does his dad look like Vlade Divac?
Maybe he was. He also passed up on Luka, so there you go.
Oh. Somebody tried to tell me, see, maybe Vlade Divac was right all along after the Luka trade. I was like, I will never say Vlade Divac was right. A day of my life. Oh, man.
Oh, wow. Who's this?
Marcel is basically Hardy. They laughed.
Who's crying now?
What happened?
Is that his brother? Somebody else is crying in the draft room. Is that his brother?
He's got a brother?
Maybe. There's some guy that looks like him crying.
Do they have funny noses? I'm not there yet.
Yes,
oh, my God. This dude is crying hard. It might be his
yes.
brother. That man, he is boo-hooing. I might need to know their story. Like, I need to know why they're so filled with emotion right now. The Celtics are making a pick. Luis Gonzalez. Hugo Gonzalez. Ooh, Real Madrid. The boy who cried wolf. Marcel the Menace. I'm just mean, bro. I'm a bully. I'm sorry. That's what it looked like. All right, Hugo Gonzalez. Do we know anything about him? He was a 2023 Next Generation Tournament champion in Real Madrid. Jaime Jaquez is what his comp is, they said.
No, wait. How come a Thiero didn't go yet?
Who?
A Thiero.
Uh-oh. This is a really interesting draft. I think
there's a bunch of.
I honestly think a lot of teams did not know who to pick. Now I could be wrong. I'm not, an executive, but some of these picks really do leave me scratching my head.
Yeah, Hugo Chavez. I mean, Hugo Gonzalez was. Yeah, they had him on 37 on the Ringer. Wow, his comps are terrible. I've never heard of any of these guys.
You know what? Can we just get Bryce James next year?
Hold on, look. His comps is Ignas Brazdeikis, Nikola Jurisic, and Vasilij Michik.
You're making those words up.
If those are your comps.
You making all those words up right now.
I think the Ringer did make these names up because I don't even think these are real people.
These aren't real. These are like the NBA 2K generated players. They're not real. Man. They just generate some names. Hey, but shout out to the Wolf family. I'm sure they've got a story. I'm not trying to be too rude. Yeah, like I said, there's gotta be a reason why they're so filled with emotion. You know what I mean? Yeah. Unless they're just happy.
They thought, man, that son sucks. So.
Brooklyn drafting 3-point guards.
That makes no sense.
They ain't trading out one pick, bro. What in the world?
I don't get what Brooklyn's. Yeah, maybe they're not bringing anybody back from their team. What are these people?
Someone texted me, "Yo, the Mavericks got Cooper Flagg." And I responded, "Nuh-uh." No, it didn't. You're fake news.
Nico put the wrong name in.
Bro, they're not. The Brooklyn Nets are not going to take Jaden Hardy now. Maybe Omax. Marcel's comp is 17. What? Chop. Hugo wasn't even at the draft.
Why would he be?
I don't know. It was a first round pick. Mavs got Luka. We drafted Luka, guys. I just realized the Nets might just hate the Mavs. They dedicated every pick to take every point guard off the board. Holding them ransom. Yeah, I'll trade you one of these for Anthony Davis. What? Man, look. Man, I don't know what Brooklyn doing, but shout out to Brooklyn, I guess. Phoenix is up, but it's going to Charlotte.
Mm.
Like I said, if I got drafted, I'm going to bed. Like, all right, guys, bye. I'm tired. Even the Blazers center was here, and Hugo wasn't. Hugo. Yeah, that one, the Chinese Jokic, Yang, he was there.
He was. That's so weird, dude. He wasn't supposed to go.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to go in the first round. Yeah, that's weird. Yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, this draft kind of a head scratcher. Mavs got Christian Wood. Yeah, that's weird. Yang was there, but Hugo wasn't? I don't know. But I also don't know how high Hugo was supposed to go.
Well, like I said, being that his comps were guys we've never heard of, they had him ranked 37.
Interesting. Hugo?
Yeah.
Well, okay, that makes sense that he's not there.
Wait, was he not ranked? By... Hold on, I'm trying to look on.
Man, if only we didn't get rid of that second round pick when we traded away Grimes.
Wait, we would have been able to get Baba Glub Markovic, according.
The next Mavericks legend.
Worst name ever.
No.
Baba Glub.
No.
You don't think so?
Yeah.
Baba Glub. And he played for KK Mega Basket, whatever that means.
Good Lord.
That doesn't even sound like a real team or a real person.
Look, we got Cooper. Can't be too greedy. Maybe we don't get another pick. We get D'Lo. We're fine. Yo, can we talk about how Danny Ainge don't care what a rookie got to say?
Why would you?
You don't want to go to Utah? Pack your bags. Going to Utah.
I mean, that's what I would do.
And in Toronto. But that's crazy. The pick is in for Phoenix and is going to go to Charlotte. I'm calling Ben, who's doing Lakers Digest. I'm like, hey, man, what's up? Why'd you make this? Do you love yourself? Yo, Ben. Ben? What are y'all doing? Because you don't know anything about him, do you? %28 from 3. Yeah, why'd you draft a center? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice vibes. He's a nice guy. Cool, cool, cool. But that doesn't win championships. Oh, yeah, he's Draymond Green with no shot. That's what we said on stream. He's a Draymond Green with no jump shot. Oh, hey, Jay, he's really trying to tell me how the Raptors pick, yo, he can cook. Like, in the paint, he got the handle. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm not saying he's a bad player. Why did you draft him? I'm not saying, okay, Ben, I'm not saying he's a bad player. Why did you draft him? You got the best player available. Hey, chat, I need y'all to let me know if the Raptors drafted the best player available at the number 8 pick. Yes,
No.
I'm live for the entire first round. Yeah, because Brooklyn has 5 first-round picks. I thought we were going to get one. Okay. So my chat saying my chat saying is that Boyles is not a bad player. He's a bad fit.
What's called Flagg. Are we good enough to be like, oh, we need to draft for pick? Is that what we need to be doing as like the 12 seed East?
But Ben, I told you the other day the Raptors don't make sense. You were trying to trade for Kevin Durant, and then you wanted to trade the pick for Derrick White, and then you want to trade the pick for Domantas Sabonis, then you want to trade the pick for Malik Monk, and then you draft a small ball center. You literally went around the world. You don't know what you need. The Raptors don't know what they're doing. Again, you were offering that pick for Kevin Durant, Malik Monk, Derrick White, Domantas Sabonis, and you drafted this guy. What are y'all doing?
When he gets a defensive player of the year in 3 seasons, I want you to come out on Mavs Digest, and I want you to call Masai Ujiri the prophet.
Hey, why didn't y'all get Moloch?
When he is clamping up Cooper Flagg in the 2030 NBA Finals, I want you to come out there on stream and tell all the Mavericks fans that Ben Rogers knew.
Hey, Jay, you hear this?
Knew. When he's clamping Cooper Flagg in the 2030 Finals, that's what I want people to see. That's what I want people to remember. All the Mavericks fans out there in this chat.
Chat. All right, first of all, Ben, I got you on speaker, so you made a very bold proclamation to my entire chat that this guy, Boyles, is going to be Defensive Player of the Year, clamp up Cooper Flagg.
Clanking Cooper Flagg.
So what are y'all doing?
He might not score in the finals.
All right, so Ben, as the leader of Ben, as the head creator of Raptors Digest, who's been doing this for years, can you tell me what the Raptors need?
Talent.
So why didn't you draft it tonight? Goodbye. You're muted.
And I don't say this.
I said I'm gonna hop off for a second.
Oh yeah, no, you're good.
So,
All right, so Raptors, I don't know what they're doing, y'all. Like, oh, we got to get the best pick available, the best player available. I understand you do that, and I'm not trying to crap on CMB. He is a good player. It is just a weird fit. It's a weird fit, and it don't really make sense to me. Not much. The Clippers are on the clock. Who are they going to get? Oop, I'm on this side now. But yeah, no, that was Ben. I like trolling him sometimes. Stephen A. Voice, get off the weed, yeah. Oh man, as Ben Williams spoken, my guy's on something like he tripping. Clamming Cooper Flagg. How exactly would he get minutes if he can't space the floor as a small ball player? Boom, there you go. They drafted Boyles over Moloch, Walter, and Kasparis. Yeah, Raptors could be comp. You guys don't know. This get Moloch and act like he's happy. That's Ben. Ben is never unhappy. Ben could be upset, but when you talk to him, nah, man, we're good. We're great. Going all the way. It's where I get my delusional optimism from. That's where I get it from. I get it from him. But the last pick of the night is in. Finally. It's going to the Clippers. They trade it for LaMelo Ball. Crazy. Ben talk about, I had to watch a bunch of highlights. He's pretty good. Man, you had to look up highlights? That means you didn't know nothing about this guy. You didn't know nothing about this dude, bro. And that's fine. Like I said, he's not a bad player. But I think we all agree, not a good fit. Doesn't make sense. And I tried to ask him, hey, what is it that the Raptors need? Like, what do you need? Talent? Cool. Should have got it. I love delusional optimism. That's me. Ben sounds like he convinces you to draft hard over Luka. For sure. I just watched live stream and he was mad. Like, why ain't we taking Malik? I gotta go back and look. I mean, you hyped up JaVale and Christian Wood. Yeah, I hype up everybody. You put on a Mavericks jersey, I think you Michael Jordan. I ain't gonna lie. Until you show me that you're not. You know, that happens. Oh, cool. I got money. All right, up next is the Clippers. Last pick of the night. Let's see what we get. Got to catch them with the receipts? Yeah. That's funny. Ben's a funny dude. Oh, silly Raptors. You don't know what you're doing. I think we make a move into the second round. Yeah, I think so. I don't think I'm going to go live tomorrow because I'm tired. This has been like 4 hours. I got to make a video about this. About nothing, pretty much. I'm tired. Who is Proctor supposed to go to? Better go to us. And when it comes to the second round, who knows, honestly. All right, the pick is in. The Clippers are selecting somebody I probably never heard of. Oh my gosh, Yannick Conan Niederhauser. Have y'all heard of this man? Yannick is I can't talk. Yannick is athletic. This man just watched 29 other people get drafted. He forgot to pick up his hat. Oh my gosh, that's a name, ain't it? Yannick. Can't even see it on screen. But anyway, Clippers get him. Congratulations, you were the last pick of the night. But it's all good though. He don't look like a Yannick. You lying. There's Marcel talking about his crush. Stop, Keith. Stop. Marcel, have you seen that Stephen A. Smith said that we lowballed Kyrie and when he was hyping Kyrie up and when Kyrie was on the Nets, he said that he would like retire? Yeah, no. Like, Stephen A. Smith is a fool. Like, he's stupid. Saying that he was lowballed is a little bit disrespectful because he needs to shut up. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trades tonight. It looks like he makes. Hey man, leave the light skinned dude alone. But anywho, that is our NBA draft. Let me switch up the stream real quick. Hold on. Hey, there we go. How's everybody doing? I gotta fix this. But anyway, that's the NBA draft. Shout out to my man Big J for coming out, showing mad love and helping me with this draft. I don't think I'm gonna go live tomorrow because it's late and your boy tired. I gotta make a video about tonight's draft, go over some quotes, stuff that the Mavs did do, stuff the Mavs didn't do. Be on the lookout for more videos tomorrow. There's a lot of topics that need to be discussed. As always, make sure you take care of yourself. I'm still going to end my stream the same way as always. Mental health is very important. For those that don't know, I was in the U.S. Army for about 4.5 years. Got out due to a lot of things wrong with me. I have a medical disability, as you can probably tell. But if you ever are going through a dark time in your life, please reach out to somebody. You do matter. You matter to somebody. And if you don't think that somebody cares about you, nah, that's wrong. I do. You guys rock with me so much, man. I'm almost at 22,000 subscribers in the matter of a year and a half. That's absolutely crazy. Y'all show me mad love and support all the time on this platform. I'm always going to show you guys love right back. So if you ever need me, if you ever need someone to talk to, reach out to, anything, please. My name is Marcel Martin. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Discord is probably the best way to reach me. I'm always available. Well, no, I'm not always available. I have a full-time job. I'm really busy. I always will make time for you, though. If I have free time, I will always dedicate it to you guys. You guys matter a lot to me. But y'all take care. Drink water. I got to make a video. Peace.
Mavericks, we rise, no fear in our eyes. Step onto the court, we cutting ties. Mavericks Digest, bring the heat on the beat. Dallas pride flows from head to feet.
You should subscribe to Mavericks Digest and drink water.